I don't know, guys. I've got to get a better setup. I can't get the camera out up. I also can't get this microphone working, and I'm just too just don't have the technical knowledge why a microphone I plug in isn't on. So we'll just go with the internal microphone, but I know that's not good enough for you guys. Let me just try one more time. There it is. Maybe it just took a while to, that's probably what happened. Probably just the computer takes so long to do anything. Maybe that's all it was. Okay. Make sure everything's set and ready to go. Let's go to the top. Jay was first. Red pepperoni. Honey badger. Good afternoon. Another day, another dollar destroyed by the market. Hi, Amby. Tom M. Andy Brewer. Barbara. Thank you, Brian. All right, there's not very many people. So I don't know if Ham's going to join. I wouldn't blame him if he doesn't. It's such a frustrating battle we're in. Let's quit. Hey, Mr. Sugano. I wish I could email you or text you or something. I don't know how to reach you, but thank you for joining. Let's go to let's see what some of these prices are. As I warned you, and some people disagree with me because tax loss selling might already be over with. You never know. Every year takes its own form, and some years tax loss selling happens by the end of November. Sometimes it's in December and the end of December. I think it's one of the years where there's going to be tax loss selling in December. But regardless, I think the criminals are selling stock that doesn't exist. There's a theory held by many that the data that FINRA provides is the failed to locate, failed to borrow numbers, but it does not include the shares which are bought back. And if you have algorithmic trading where they flood the market with sell, then they buy back, that's their argument. They're making pennies, 5 cents, 50 cents, and it just happens in CAUD that it drove it down. I don't see it that way. I think this is intentional criminal counterfeiting, producing shares that do not exist. And in the case of CAUD, I think the hedge funds, one is called Polar, and I forget the other. I wrote it down. Let me see if I can find it. I think they funded AST early, and I think they then, a year ago, They took their money out, Polar and Mitera. And there's one called Kipos. So maybe it's 3. And then they take their money out. Then, like saviors, they found $5 million in a toxic, last minute toxic crap note. And they started selling against it. In it, they had the right to 1,600 shares profit. They didn't sell anyone. It was 38. How believable is that? Anyway, I think somebody at ASPA is the mole helping the advisor, who I think is this group. Let me find my printout. Of course, I won't have it. I need someone to organize my life. Someone friendly. I don't need Johnny Law or anybody like that. Here. I think this group right here was in cahoots with the hedge funds and in cahoots with somebody at ASPA. Anyway, what we're dealing with in CAUD is the same thing with every other. You know, you have some people that don't believe there's criminals there. This trading is just normal. It's not normal. Well, even if it were normal, how does this help in the United States that you have high frequency trading, hundreds of trades in minutes around a small cap stock, micro cap stock? How does that help capital formation, building jobs, building tax bases? All you're allowing to do is a few greedy men to steal at such a high volume that they make so much money. Lawyers suck their, kiss their ass. Regulators fawn at their every utterance. Interns want a job with them. And then Wall Street just loves the commission. It's sucre from heaven. And it just goes on and on and on. Every stock. And then we're expected to believe, oh, it's normal. There's systems in place. It's just, everybody on Wall Street does it. Well, I've read it to you so many times out of this hearing that they knew or were reckless in not knowing that they had not borrowed or located shares. What Wall Street allows these big criminals like Polar to do, or Polar's clients, 8 billion under management, all fraud. Everything on this video is in my judgment, in my opinion. And they're public company anyway. Their reputation is so hallowed. You can't say anything against these guys that steal such big numbers. But anyway, the day trading, they sell stock they don't own, haven't located, but it's okay because they're big customers. And they cover it later or before settlement. You couldn't do it. How do I know? I used to be, at the time anyway, a big swinging cojones on Wall Street. And my accounts who traded could not buy actually back then you could put in a buy order. If I knew you and I could tell my manager I knew you, you could put a buy order. You could buy 10,000 shares of IBM. You had 5 days to deliver the money. That doesn't exist anymore. But if you bought those 10,000 shares of IBM without the money and then sold it, the stock went up 5 points and you sold it to book a profit, your account would be restricted. Well, these guys do it hundreds, thousands of times a day. And when you add it up across all the stocks they do it to, probably hundreds of thousands times a day, and they're allowed to do it because they're good clients. No, they're just stealing. You'd be a good client too if everything you touched turned into 2 pennies, 5 pennies, 50 cents, a dollar, and you could just turn on the washing machine over and over and over and over again and make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. You'd be a good client too, but you're not allowed to. It's all fraud. And I don't know when people are going to get upset about it, because you all still, and many, not each of you, still blame the CEO, still blame the person recommending. It's the ongoing onslaught of fraud. Now, what happened with CAUD this morning? This news is just unbelievable news. I didn't print it out, so I'll read it to you. Well, I won't read it yet. We can get to that yet. But this hiring is amazing. I think I want to look up Chardon. I think you're going to see a counter effort by Peter Boards and the others to bring in money and get this stock above $2 and on upward. I think CAUD is the stock that if all of us each bought 100 shares, I bought 55 shares on Friday. I'm gonna buy some more when I get some cash in. But if 100 of us, 1,000 of us bought 1,000 shares, we could make this thing run. I want to show you one more thing if I can find it, and then we'll go to some of your topics. Can you see? All right, that's the multiple. Oh, there it is, where I circled basis for valuation. Okay, I showed you this yesterday. Look at these companies that they compared this to. All public. I remember Ramp, but all of these and all of these. So a broad swath, and here's Trade Desk. Trade Desk is the most comparable at this point company. Look at the market cap, 30 billion for Trade Desk. They went from next to nothing to 30 billion in about 10 years. But anyway, here's all the comps, as they call it, much like when you're buying a house. All right, so then the multiple is 1.7 to 2x projected revenues. Remember that number, 1.7 to 2x. But then back over here, I don't know if you see my arrow, but it says Aubrey and DLQ determined that an enterprise valuation in the range of 122 million to 144 million was reasonable for DLQ. Now the acquisition, I'm trying to find it for you. The acquisition, well, here, this valuation company, the Mentor Group, right on the bottom paragraph here, Aubrey will acquire 100% of the outstanding shares of Data Logic for merger consideration of $14 million in the form of 11,400,000 shares. And then on the last page, their conclusion. I mean, they used their methodology here. I'm not going to bore you with it. And then they have their whole, mathematical. Here up this paragraph in the third paragraph down. When you apply revenue multiples using their regression analysis for 2022, 2023, we determined an implied enterprise value range from 107 million to 121 million. So down here, they state, based on the foregoing, it's a fair acquisition at $114 million a share. Well, if you use $114 million and you divide it by 13.5 million shares outstanding, it's $8.44. If you use 70 million in ongoing revenue, which I think's low, I mean, I think next year they'll do 200 with these 100 with these roll-ups. Let's just use 100. Let's use 100 million for next year's revenue annualized at some point, and use the low end, which is 1.7 as the multiple. Divide that by 13.5. It's a $12.50 stock. There's nothing that has changed except the criminals at these hedge funds, probably aided and abetted by Chardon. I have to look at them. And I think at least one person at Aubrey decided to fleece the financial markets. Nobody's regulating it. Why not? No different than the smash and grabs at Nordstrom's or jewelry stores while the cops look on doing nothing. But anyway, the good news is it's a very small float. This, here, I'm sorry, comments. This, it'll take a while to open up. This quiet period has ended, and I think the new CEO he should be opening up his Rolodex and bringing in new investors. The goal of the criminals, while some people apologize for him and say, oh, it's just algorithmic trading, and there's only maybe 3 million shares short. Maybe. I believe there's 25 million. I don't know where the comments went. I don't know where is every. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's the comments. So I think the goal of the shorts, even if collective audience were to roll up 3 or 4 big companies, the goal of the shorts, the criminals, the counterfeiters, is to bring the stock price so low that when the company does a transaction, they issue so many shares that on a per share basis, it doesn't matter. That's what they want to do. The other thing they want to do is get the stock under $1 so its very NASDAQ listing is in question. I hope the new board wakes up to this reality. This is not normal trading. This is an all-on criminal conspiracy to defraud the shareholders of collective audience. Now, the positive is it's a very small float, 1.3 million shares. They have a great new CEO, Elizabeth DeMars, and some others on the board. Fantastic additions. They have 3 or 4 or 5 companies to roll up, and they're not going to do a deal down at these prices. They're not going to be fooled by the smiling faces on Wall Street, even though some of their advisors are going to say, oh, it's all normal. It's not normal. Now, if the stock, I was heartened, as I said last night, to hear from Brent that NASDAQ is much more stringent in its compliance. There's no evidence of that to me from where I sit, but it's good to hear that. It's also good to hear his encouragement that we, as a group, retail, we can take our own destiny in our hands. I think if we bought up 100 to 300,000 shares, the algorithms to the buy side come in, and this stock's $15, $20, $25 in a heartbeat. But anyway, that's what's going on with. Those are my thoughts on CAUD. Let's look at some of the prices. Okay. Good for you. But if you got it as part of your logic ownership, you could have only sold a third of your position. So you still own it. It still matters what happens to CAUD. You might be right, Skinny. Maybe the thing to do is to sell it at $1.50, and that's 12.5 cents to the logic pre-split. You know, I can't tell you what to do. I wouldn't sell COUD now. Today, let me see where the price is. $1.59, down 26, 671,000 shares. That's a lot of stock. That's a lot of volume for a company that only has 1,000,000 to 1,500,000 in true float. But none of the real shareholders, other than Skinny Whale, are selling. And I'm not picking on her. It may turn out to be a perfectly rational thing to do. But to me, this is an attack to somehow convince us that appointing Peter Board CEO is a negative. I don't know how that's a negative. So I actually think CAUD is going to go up. I would expect it to trade over $2, $2.25 soon. And like I just said, I think it can go to, I don't know, 5, 8, 10, 12, 15, and possibly in a flurry go up into the 20s and 30s briefly. But that's believing that the board is awake to what goes on, and they don't believe whoever was the liar, whether it was Chadron or it was someone. I believe it could be the people at Aubrey SPAC, or one of them could be the top guy, or these three hedge funds. They're just here to steal. They have no talent. They don't raise money. They give companies their money back by selling the stock in the open market. Let me ask you something. Who at Chadron, the financial advisor, or at Aubrey SPAC made the decision to raise $5 million when, all right, hey, you guys are lucky. You guys are so lucky. Hello? Yeah.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll call you back. I'll come on.
All right, that's great. You guys are so lucky. You don't have to listen to me anymore. Ham is coming on in 2 minutes. Anyway, why would they raise 5 million when 2.5 million was going to go to the Aubrey SPAC lawyers? They knew that. And 2.5 million was going to go to the financial advisors, leaving the company with 100 grand. Why wouldn't they raise 6 million, 7 million, 8 million? I'll tell you why. Because somebody at Chadron and Aubrey SPAC, representing Polar and the other two hedge funds, wanted the company strapped for cash so they would turn to the hedge funds again in criminally destructive financing. They can drive it down, cause a reverse split, do all the tricks we know about. It's so obvious. So anyway, I think the board knows what's going on. But anyway, Skinny Whale might be right. Oh, well, that's not fair, Skinny. Skinny sold at 560. That's a good trade. That's a prescient trade. I couldn't sell. I probably would have sold at 560 myself. I couldn't sell. I didn't get my stock. By the time I got my stock, it was, I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. But it was in the twos to my memory. So that's great. I would buy it back at I don't know if I'd wait till January. I don't know if I'd wait till January, but you might be right. You might be right. But the thing is, Skinny, there's a possibility that a lot of people will be buying back during January because they tried to establish tax losses now. All right, here we go. The Voice. All right, let me just get you on the speaker. Oh, hang on. Just give me one more second. I have to go to settings. I have to go to speaker.
Battery 40%.
Okay.
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right, now this should let you go. Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, The Voice.
Okay, William, you ready? Again, this is not to buy or sell. This is educational information about naked short selling and fight to secure the equity markets. It continues. All right, William, number one, Ace did a video.
Ace?
And he did a video. It's on Twitter. It's outstanding. He recapped security fraud in his own little way, using highlights. He put it all together. I wish I could do something like that, but I'm too stupid. He did a great job. It's 13 minutes long. You should all take a look at it. And this is what we need to happen. Ace is a guy who I never really met. I've spoken to, and he's educated himself, and he can actually teach other people. I don't care if he teaches one other person and that person teaches someone else. You have to stop this fraud, or else it's all going to unwind, the whole thing. It's just a matter of when. All the money is being put in the hands of a few and taken from everyone. And eventually, again, the retail people will eventually collapse. You know, we spend all the money. These billionaires that are stealing all the money can only eat, you know, one steak. You know, again, I always tell you that. How much could you possibly eat? How much could you spend? You know, what's his name? Citadel, the guy, Ken Griffin. I told you I saw him in Miami. He has the most expensive car in the world. What else can he buy? The most expensive property. He did that plane. He did that. You run out of things to do. And having all that money in the hands of one person worth $35 billion, he has no value to society at that point. Having the money in the hands of millions of people, having the extra hundreds, $500, $1,000 a month that pays bills, pays mortgages, you know, pays your kids' bills, you name it. That's what this is about. I'm just going to switch there for a second to Finger. It's been a non-event day. Out of the gate this morning, they were washing stock like crazy. I posted that early this morning. And I just posted before, how does the stock go down when there's no selling? Well, again, I call it the cha-cha. They just sell it back and forth. You know, they go from hitting the bid, the guy who gets hit, let's say it's right now it's 417 to 419. They'll sell 300 at 417. The guy who buys it at 417, he looks around in surprise saying, oh my God, I didn't want to buy this stock with 300 shares. And he turns around and then he sells it at 415. They keep selling it back and forth to each other and at a lower price. That's all they're doing. When there's nothing going on, this is how they mark a stock down with no sellers. Nothing going on. This is how they do it. So as long as you're aware of it and you can see what they do, it's important that you understand it, because stocks go down. We don't think it's going down. It's just being manipulated down. There's really nothing going on. But as you can see, it was just 430, and now they have it down to 417 to 419, and 417 to 418. There's always one share on the buy side, and now there's 1,700 on the sell side. And this is just a game. I don't even know why they waste their time doing it. I'm tired of reporting on it. But Ace and everyone here, I can't thank you enough. Everyone, William, everyone's taken away this, you know, this burden on me and basically educated yourself. And, you know, I can't stop the fraud. All right. We're doing everything possible. Lawyers, we need pitchforks and like chasing Frankenstein around here. We're getting there. And I do think that they really made the mess in MMTLP when they locked it down. I said that when it first happened. They trapped the longs and they trapped the shorts. And with that freedom of information detailing that they're investigating it, they know there's fraud, this is coming to a head. Now you got Congress and senators, everyone signing letters for it. William, what was the number of letters that a congressman or senators that have signed this, or representatives? How many people?
Well, I'll say it since you're asking, but I'm not sure if that was confidential information, but it's supposed to be 100
Yeah.
signatures.
Yeah, that's what I heard, 100. So there's 100 people, and once they sign it, they can't go backwards and say they didn't sign it. All right.
Well, if they're Kevin McCarthy. No, just kidding,
whatever.
just kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
I don't want to go down these political rat holes, but these people are signing this thing and basically are trapping the SEC. The SEC cannot get at it. This is just, if those people can get those signatures, keep going, get one a day, use the person that signed it, and use them, get someone else to fold to the pressure. The more the merrier, as they say. They're going to fold. It's just a matter of when. All right. I don't think it's much longer. I told you I got introduced to a major guy in South Korea. I'm preparing a whole business plan for him, and he's going to get me to the actual regulators. All right. So I had a to-do list, and I have an attorney working on it for me because, like William says, I type like Hemingway's brother, the drunk. That's what I try. I don't want to confuse the Koreans saying, who's typing this guy? Is he drunk? So I'm having it done professionally. We're putting it together. I should have it to them by today, tomorrow. I'll send it off to Korea. And if they give me the invite, I proposed a venture exchange, a global venture exchange with a financial news network attached to it. Tomorrow in New York, I'm meeting a $5 billion money manager who's actually he's been working on some sort of content, a blockchain. I think it's a blockchain financial news where all the news stories will have, where they came from. I guess it's secure in that way. So you can never, it can never disappear. So you eliminate fraud like Benzinga, which allows fraud. So I have to sit down with him. And I believe that if I can present my vision of it to him, I think we can get a deal done and hopefully get it funded for the financial news show. And remember, if we're covering the financial news, it's going to be, you think it's brutal now? It'll be 100 times worse. And guess what? We know how to do it. All right.
Stock by stock by stock. Criminal by criminal by criminal.
We will cover the stocks, expose them daily. We will become the financial news show of the people, not of the CNBC, that nonsense that no one even watches. Okay, that's all trash, that show, complete trash. All right, they have great connections to get distribution, but their content is worthless. Bloomberg's content is too confusing. Reuters is a waste of time. We know how to speak in the language that people will understand. I will have professional traders on there exposing stocks, showing you exactly the same patterns and how you can take advantage of news and things like that. So we know how to cover the big stocks, all the stocks, and we can do it around the globe. So as I go down this path, I think South Korea has taken over for Abu Dhabi in the Middle East. Obviously, they have a beef with the short sellers, and that's the same path that we're going down. So if we can get a country to give us a license for a venture exchange, I will team it up with the financial news show, and we can cover this whole thing in real time around the globe. All right, so we can actually put an end to this thing. We can embarrass the SEC on a daily basis and the regulators and everyone else around it. And if you notice, I've been quiet about enforcement. All right, you could take that any way you want. But if I'm being quiet about it, there's a reason. All right, I'm not going to give you much more than that. All right, so I do think that we're close on all the fronts here. And the more noise from South Korea, the more noise from MMTLP. I sent them Ace's video today because it's just a nice, easy 13 minutes recap of fraud. Not coming from me. This is everyone's, forming their own opinion of what they see now. Richard is not legal advice, is forming his opinion on what he sees, from Alpine to the Kramers. And, he calls them, he says they give a bad name to scumbags. So again, everyone has their own opinion. I didn't tell him that. I don't even know Richard. but everyone's starting to see what I've been witnessing for 24 years, which is great. Everyone just step in and do whatever you like. It all helps out. Say whatever you like.
Scumbags need safe places too.
Right. So there's a place that's going to be in prison. That's what's going to happen to these guys. You know, Pat Byrne put up a statement before. I'm trying to look for it. Pat Byrne said that there is someone in a state who was part of the crime of stealing the election is now turned over and is ratting everybody out. And that is exactly what's going to happen.
Is that Georgia? Is that Georgia?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That'd be
But I'm
great.
just saying that once enforcement starts getting around people, everyone doesn't stand as tall as you think they are, right? Naked short selling, all these big mouths are standing around stealing, you know, Timothy Sykes, all these guys. Once one person gets arrested and they all start pointing the finger on who you worked with and who you did it with, because, you know, law enforcement is not going to let you go unless you give up people. All right, so everyone's going to start squealing on each other, and that's when you hear that loud squealing of a pig sound, because these guys will be ratting on each other. And I know if anyone knocked on the door of Hal Mintz at Savvy Management, he would give up 30 people in a minute, that guy, because he did deals all over the street. So he would give up all the broker dealers, everyone, that all his little networks, and how he you know, got stocks to go into the system illegally. They all would give up everybody. It'd be over in 2 minutes. So again, everyone, if you can, just do your part, a post, anything you can see. Give us your opinion of something that we miss. I don't know. We can't answer every question. But again, anything I've asked, you know, one person asked me yesterday. He came to me, he said, we know a reverse split is very damaging for the investors, right? What about a forward split? That's when the company adds more shares, okay, to the float. That's the only negative, is that it adds more shares to the float, but it also increases the short position overnight. And that would give them more margin problems, a bigger short position. Everything goes negative for the short sellers. The downfall is that this company goes from having 10 million shares, can have 30 million shares the next day. You know, it turns, the price would go down instead of going up, right? Because there's more shares. It takes into account the forward split. And it was a great question, and we talked about it, and now we understand everything about that. All right, so these are things that everyone needs to come up with, just a question, anything, so that these calls don't go boring. All right, I keep following Thailand. Every morning I get up in the middle of the night and check, see what's going on in Thailand, South Korea. All right, I've been to Thailand, I've been to South Korea, but I know nothing about their financial markets. But I'm learning and trying to figure it out. I know nothing about what the Secret Service does, but you know what? I'm learning and figuring it out. All right, I'm pointing to the criminals. The SEC doesn't want to pick them up. The DOJ is moving slow. The FBI is doing their due diligence. What else can I say? We went to the Secret Service, counterfeiters. They are counterfeiting the equity markets all over the world. All right, and I don't care what they do in other countries, but it needs to stop here. If the other countries like South Korea or Thailand are going to listen to the SEC or NASDAQ trying to figure this out for them, they're just going to continue to get ripped off. I'm trying to get there, William, before our government gets there and basically shoves them back into the fire pit and get roasted. All right, they got to stop hearing the benefits of liquidity provided by these offshore.
Oh, it's all lies. It's all lies.
Right.
It's disgusting.
Companies have small floats for a reason, because they don't want to be a big company. The naked shorts create these companies and make them the big companies without the company even having knowledge of it. A 2 million share float could have 50 million shares in it, and the company wants nothing to do with that. They only issued 2 million. How could they want 50 million? And I just keep watching finger motion, the trading, the pattern, just trying to mark it down. Someone takes the offer, then they come back and there's more sales. If you wanted to sell your stock at 418, when someone comes to buy it, why don't you just sell it and get done? But these are all naked shorts. There is no seller. All right, because a real seller, if I wanted to sell my stock at 418, I would stay there until you take me out. Right, William? That was the old days, right?
Well, I think it was Pedro Philly that said it back when you had the uptick rule. They would put in an order to sell stock, whether it was naked or not, doesn't matter. But they'd sit around all day. They'd try to sell 100,000 shares short. They'd get 1,000 off.
I could tell you I did that. I worked millions of a stock to sell. It was on the American Stock Exchange. I can't remember the symbol. Epitote, Eddie P to Tom, EPT. I don't know if it's still around. It was $10, $10 or $11. And it was the stock, the market in the stock was $10.98 bid. And my offer at 11 for 1 million shares. And the stock would trade 2,000 shares, 3,000 shares most of the days. And I would never even get it off. All right, because the stock would be 10.98 to 11 for a week. Because you needed an uptick to knock it down. Now it's like the Wild West.
Do you think upticks could work in a time of decimalization?
No, they can't. They ruined it with that. These guys took over, changed the rules. And that's why these guys keep leaning on it, because they get all these decimals. They just keep moving it low.
Right. 0.0000.
Right. They created so much liquidity, there's no fear of an upside squeeze, because they think that there's so many people long the stock now that they'll just sell it. What we've done is educate everybody about it, and that threw them the curveball. All right. They've thrown the fake stories at us 4 times, right? People don't sell, people buy more. They tried everything, and now time it keeps marching on. And each day that marches on, we're getting closer to the end. All right. In Finger Motion, they picked the wrong company. It's a company that has fundamentals, is growing, and they have a problem here. And they don't need money. So to carry this position, it can't last. If the company needed money and it was a race against the clock, it'd be a different story. But the company doesn't need the money. So where are you going now? You're going to stay short of stock? You can't cover? They can't carry it. It costs them money each day. Okay? Their prime broker, everyone in their office wants to get paid. It just keeps eating them alive. It costs money to keep the lights on. Everything about what they do costs money. And everyone's got their hand out, because you're a criminal, you got to pay everybody, right? They're not doing this alone. They got to pay bankers. They got to pay this. They got to pay fee.
Pay the regulators, the judges, the lawyers,
right, whoever they're paying,
the cops.
They're lawyers. They pay Gibson Dunn to protect them. Everything. This position just keeps eating them alive. And a company that they can manipulate, and a company needs money, like a company working on a cancer treatment, they know that they're going to need money. It's a pretty easy thing to see. You can't build cars. You can't create drugs without needing money. You need money to do that. You can't hire people. You can't do anything. So again, Finger Motion is the worst company they picked, and now they're trapped. Right? There's other companies that are great, but you know what? There's always worried about someone getting money, something happening. But Finger Motion has already told you they're going after them. They don't need any money, and their business is growing. It's right there. You can see it yourself. Any questions?
I have a question, which you're going to go, are you not a believer, Bill? But I keep hearing from about 3 or 4 people that what's really going on is algorithmic trading. And so the computers sell stock they don't have, but they buy it back pennies later.
Yes, I agree with that. So everything we see, when you see them selling it, they go right on the other side and buy it back. That is correct.
But
so just show me how they bought back all the shares that we sold, that we reported.
Exactly. That's what
Listen, again, show me. I can't tell you that I agree with that statement in MULN, because who the hell knows what's going on with all that volume every day, right?
Right.
Who the hell's trading? It's 14 cents. How can a stock trade 30 million shares a day at a 14-cent stock? Who's wasting their time? Short and long. What are you doing? Right? Every day. So they could be selling it at 1401, buying it back to 1402 to 1401. They could do it there. I can't keep track of that. Finger Motion, you have to be completely a moron or blind not to see that they sell, and they never buy it back because there is no sellers. How could you buy it back if no one's selling?
So Sarah Miller wants to know, and it's directed at me, not you, him. She wants to know, has it ever occurred to you simply pick stinkers consistently?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I only play stinkers.
Yeah. Yep. That's it, Sarah. Just like some of my audience.
Right. Listen, just go by the video. I told you.
Go
ahead. I
by,
love
you
the
know,
video.
there's I think it's BlackRock has an income trust ETF. You can buy it, pays 8%. Just buy it, sit on it.
Go by the. I like the video. It's down 9 today. It's 465. Go ahead. Go out there, take a shot.
But it's good, Sarah, that you take the side of the criminals.
Right.
I do agree with you that it's a hard battle that we're fighting. This is an onslaught of fraud. And
listen, forget her. Listen,
yeah. All right, let's
she
forget it.
wants to be defrauded. She's so wonderful at trading. She's listening to this call, so obviously she's a buffoon. Okay. Only people that listen to this call are people that are trying to fight security fraud. I didn't say this is stock picking hotline. We're going to give you nothing but winners. All right. If you want to win it, go bet a football game tonight. I'll give you the Giants, and I'll tell William to bet the Jets. We'll bet the opposite side, whoever the Giants are playing. I'll give you both sides. That's how stock pickers or sports bettors play the game. All right. If you want to pay me to pick stock for you, I'll be glad to do it for you, but you're gonna have to pay me for it. I'll get.
And by the way, you're the best at it. I've heard so many good ideas from you. But anyway, this guy, I think, has a great question. Satvik Sharia Singh asks, which one is worse, reverse splitting or having your stock delisted?
No, obviously, you get delisted me from the exchange.
Well, in other words, one of the things that the criminals do is say, if you go below $1, you'll no longer be listed on NASDAQ. So, yeah.
What the worst thing that can happen to is the reverse. The exchanges offer zero protection. And I can give you a symbol, HLGN. I think that's the symbol. Yeah, Harry, Larry, George, Nancy. It was 275. It got delisted from the New York Stock Exchange because they didn't meet their requirement on market cap. The company already reversed itself, went back up to 10. They knocked it back down when it came out with that news. It was 275. The shorts knocked it down to 60 cents. Okay, now it's settled in at 249, and the company has been delisted. What happens when they're delisted? Management feels like they've been tarred and feathered, and that they
haven't gotten a straight A. They got a D. I would let it delist.
Yeah.
I wouldn't destroy shareholders. I would just let it get.
It came out when the company received the letter. They should have told everyone, "Hey, we're going to get delisted from the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange because of this requirement." It's a non-event. Our business is still strong.
Exactly.
We have $120 million in the bank. And you know what? We don't need the listing of the New York Stock Exchange has afforded us zero protection, which it did, zero. And the company has been destroyed. So I don't believe that. I believe that the reverse is the worst. But companies need to be proactive about this. They all get this stupid letter from the NASDAQ or the New York that being delisted. Come out. Don't be like you're hiding it. Come out, put out a press release, and do it on your terms. We're being delisted because of the attack by short sellers against our company.
Because of these criminals.
And we don't care. And we do not care about being listed on the exchange because the exchange does nothing but take fees from us and doesn't protect us. That's what they should be saying.
So he followed up with saying, what's the point of being on the NASDAQ if you can't raise money? So just go ahead and go to the OTC.
They use that. They're using it against everybody. That's
one of the problems, though, Satvik, is that in the toxic, I think, criminal notes that CEOs sign, oh, the CEO read it, he signed it. Well, he doesn't know what it all means, or she. But it says you're in default on your note. Well, default on the note. What can they do? They've already destroyed your company. Anyway, it's a good question. I like how you think.
No, it's a great question. go back and look at all the companies that it happens to. They have no idea what to do. I've spoken to them. They have no idea. They're afraid they're going to be shamed. They're being outed as a criminal. That's what it is. We failed as a CEO. That's what they're saying.
One of your most annoying listeners asks, if you get an uptick, how do you get them off your body? You can figure out who that is.
Well, you know what? He's given it the college try, but unfortunately, I'm the worst at that stuff. I have zero patience for listening to anything. I just go right past it. I'm sorry, Richard.
He's asking me if I like any of his jokes. I need to stand on my head. I am standing on my head. It's just the computer has turned it around for you.
Listen, Richard has come out with his own opinion on the crime. Ace has come out with his own opinion. Pedro, Anna, Busy, this one, that one. Everybody's talking about it. Keep spreading the word.
Sarah did too. Ryan says, Ken Griffin said it plain that the market makers set the price of a security. That alone means that supply and demand and fundamentals don't matter. We were told a lie that they do matter.
100%. That's what I've been telling you. If the market making business was so profitable, why did everybody shut it down and only allow it? And the only players that are still in the game are the real criminals, like EERT, who is or the guys that did business with Alpine. I forget the other name of it. For all these little shit firms.
Scottsdale.
But there's only Scottsdale. Whoever had a market maker business, but everybody else shut it down. Because what did they do? They had to hire traders, pay insurance, rent a building, rent everything. It cost a lot of money. And the traders lost. They didn't win all the time. They lost. Now they sell their order flow to Ken Griffin. They have no one working on their desk. They save all that money. Ken's paying them a fee for all the order flow. Ken's taking all the risk outside the firm. And that's what it becomes. And all of a sudden, he wins all the time. Yeah, right.
They're not. Look, these guys aren't geniuses. They're just really good thieves. Really good thieves.
They got the best lawyers, and that's what they're doing.
And you could be a good client for Wall Street, and you could hire Gibson Dunn, and you could get away with it if you were allowed to do these crimes, but you're not. You're retail. Anyway, one guy's asking about MMTLP, and he just wonders if it's okay to hold the MMTLP at a broker instead of transferring to NextBridge at the transfer agent. I'm not sure you follow it closely enough but you might have a point of view on it.
No, listen, again, whatever happens with the settlement, it's not going to make a difference where you are. Everybody's going to be.
I agree with that.
So whatever's going to happen, you feel comfortable keeping it at the brokerage, keep it there. You want to move it, you can move it. What's the difference? If they come in and say, we're going to settle this thing, everyone's going to get compensated with it, no matter where your stock is. That's how I feel.
All right. I agree. I'll try to answer after Ham goes off with some of my thoughts, but I think he's right. This is Patty. He's not a guy. It feels like the shorts never have to close as no one is holding them accountable. Have you ever heard of or experienced the regulators being held accountable for regulating? Yeah, back when I was your age, but not anymore for me. I'll let you answer.
Do you think, what was the question? The regulators?
Have you ever heard of or experienced regulators being held accountable for regulating or for not regulating?
No, they all seem to when it gets hot, they all seem to just quit and go to private practice. That's what they do.
Yeah, just like Jessica
Hopper. We were close on a bunch of them back in the day. One of the guys' name was Berger. He was an SEC commissioner. we had him upside down, and basically he wound up quitting and moved along. So now, who are you chasing now? The next person? Like the head of enforcement is now Graywall, the Indian gentleman, and he was a prosecutor in New Jersey. I heard he was a great guy, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah. And he's done nothing. He said he wanted to make it a level playing field, and they have done nothing. They just sit there and do nothing. I don't know. How do you keep attacking them? Listen, if we could put a truck in front of the SEC 12, 13 times, and they make believe that they never even seen it, come on. Someone needs to make a statement about that truck and say, hey, we know it's here. We're looking into it. Thank you very much for the heads up. That's all they got to say, right? At least send a message to criminals. Hey, if you're going to keep doing this, these guys have alerted us to whistleblowing about a complaint. We whistleblow every day, and no one does anything. We whistleblow for over 3.5 years, for almost 4 years now, William.
Best years of my life.
You lost 4 years of your life. And like I told Anna before, hey, do your work, whatever you have to do. Don't get consumed with this stuff. People, I've been consumed 24 years. What you see me doing now, I'm doing the same thing for 24 years. Pitching, talking, spreading the word. And you know what? I'm telling you, it's near the end. I hope it's not the end for me, but I think it's near the end.
So Busy Brands says that Ham's hairline is the male pattern. I'm not going to finish it.
I'm gonna staple some ant legs to my head. It look like I got a full head.
He says it's the same pattern as male
Same pattern. Okay, guys. All right. Anyway. Hey, listen, I'm not thrilled about losing my hair. What do you want me to say?
Well, a lot of Ruskies.
I will show up at the victory party with the worst toupee ever. I want to see who says something.
A lot of Ruskies, a lot of Russian men, and I don't think it's German, but it's one of those countries in Eastern Europe. There's a lot of baldness there. Maybe you're not Italian.
Everyone wants me to go to Turkey and get hair implant, or whatever, hair transplant. Wow. But I don't really give a damn. Listen, I don't care.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, sure. You're talking. It doesn't matter. You get a full hair.
Well, no, I got the Irish. I got the Irish driveway there, but I remember when my hair came to the front like a Kennedy. When I trained at Merrill Lynch, the training woman, she always, and whenever I walked in the room, a Kennedy, and the taxi drivers, anyway, long ago.
So here it is. I'm watching Finger Motion. I'm just studying it as we go into the close. The back and forth of 200 shares, it's boring me to tears. But they're doing everything in their power to get the stock going from +3 or 5 cents to being almost unchanged. They think that that's a win. And I look at it, just accumulate it. Don't chase these guys. People will be willing to pay $6, but they're willing to sell to $4.20.
Is the end of the year important for their record keeping with their clients and with their bonuses?
It depends on when the year end is for them. I don't know if they all on a calendar year. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess the people on the calendar year, it's important. For people that are not on the calendar year, maybe
just another month.
Yeah, it's just another month. I don't know. Listen, at the end of the day, they're pushing down a stock that has the only analyst that reported on it gave it a $5 target. That was before their last revenue came out, which doubled. It was up 80%. So if $5 up, the thing dumped by 80%. So you figure another $4, it's worth $9, $8, $7. Who's selling it?
Well, somebody told you that, or you heard it somewhere, that the company's earnings positive this quarter a month ago.
Well, the CEO, who said that? I forgot. Oh, was it the IR guy? I can't remember.
Maybe IR guy. Yeah, but that's pretty significant.
So the company was almost break even. This quarter, they're break even.
Yeah.
Break even next leads to profitability. They're fully funded. They have tremendous partners. Good luck shorting it.
Yeah, exactly.
I told you, I put my family into their family, friends. I own both of these names. I have absolutely no fear in finger motion. As a matter of fact, I try not to even watch it throughout the day because it means nothing to me. I watched it go down to 60 cents. I watched it go to 10. I watched it go back down. I watched it go to 8, and I'm still here. If I wanted to, I would have sold it and walked away. But I do believe, in my opinion, take it with a grain of salt, this stock is $100 stock without all the short squeezes.
Right.
So
Yeah.
where are you going? So the short squeeze is only going to make it 10 times higher than what I think it is.
And if they're making an acquisition, maybe it's in Southeast Asia. That's huge.
Well, they said they wanted to grow outside out of Asia and move to whatever
Out of China.
Yeah, moving out of China. Listen, whatever it is, they got the biggest market in the world. All right, there's more people there than anywhere. They all have cell phones. We're in the cell phone business. And for anyone, when I spoke with the CEO at a conference in Las Vegas, and I gave him a line to pitch people on. Just ask everyone, there's 100 people in this audience. Just tell everybody, take your phones, put them in the basket, and we won't give them back to you. You won't have them for 3 days. Who would sign up to do that? Not one person would do it. Would you take your phone away from your kid? No. The Chinese won't do it either. Everyone needs the phones.
Well, they don't use cash there. They use their phones.
Right, they use their phones. So you need your phone to swipe and everything. So where are you going? They have to pay for their phone bills. They have to go through finger motion. Any new phones that are bought have to get insurance through finger motion. And basically, all the data that everyone is using their phones for, finger motion has access to. They covered it everywhere. So now they're just growing it. They got the contracts. Now they're just growing it. It doesn't happen overnight. Apple had the idea for an iPhone. They just didn't say we're going to invent an iPhone, and the next day they had it out. It took years to get it done. All right, but look how that panned out. So again, these guys are going nowhere fast. That's where it is. And the fear is that when finger motion does go, we're going to run them over in GTII. Well, you better be afraid of that because that's what we're going to do.
Josh Ongerstein wants to tell you that God only made so many perfect heads. The rest he covered with hair.
Thank you very much. I'll mark that one down. Listen, when it rains out, I don't have to worry about the hair getting wet. It just runs right off. It's great. That's all. You don't have to worry about it. No wind. I don't have to worry about windy days, hurricanes. I'm out there, tornadoes. I can walk right through it. No big deal.
Uh-oh. If you move to South Korea, Busy Brands is going with you.
I need him. He speaks Korean.
Oh, he does? I didn't know.
I guess. I don't know. Who knows? Well, we can get him to drink. They're big drinkers there.
He might have married a Korean. Who knows?
Who knows? But listen, I told you before, Dirty Mayo and Busy Brands are my drinking buddies. Those are the guys I would go out with any day of the week. Any trouble comes up, Busy Brands is the guy that'll, after he turns and runs from the front line, we have to get him back there, but then he'll fight. So he may run in the beginning, but he'll be back there.
This Satvik guy is no dummy, just like you. He says, why not, if a company is facing delisting from NASDAQ down to over the counter, why not at that time file the Form 25 and go to Korea instead?
Companies are, the way to do it, and when you present to a public company, and I tested it, they would all leave, okay, because they have no value here. Everyone's getting destroyed. They want to get coverage. So the financial news show is the gateway to getting all the companies. No one covers finger motion here. No one covers any stocks, whether it's CVS.
Is Busy Brands 6'9"?
6'9".
And 280 pounds?
No, I think he's 6'2", 6'3", 250, like that, not 300
Oh
pounds.
my gosh. You don't want to get him upset with you.
He's a big drinker too. As big as he is, he drinks more than as big as he is, trust me. The problem is if he ever gets drunk and falls down, we just have to rob whatever's in his pocket and leave him there because we can't carry him. That's the problem. I'm a skinny little guinea, so anybody can pick me up and drag me home when I'm drunk. So it's a little different.
He's
I
like
forgot
Peter
what
the Great.
I forgot what I was talking about. as
You
far as
were
the
talking
financial-
about the delisting to Korea
yeah,
companies.
a financial news show. All right, this is my idea for the financial news show. We're going to run it out of Palm Beach, out of a storefront, where all the big money managers are now. We'll have a storefront, either Miami or Palm Beach. I'd rather do it at Palm Beach. And have a storefront. We'll have a guest. We'll have a host, excuse me. And everything will be virtual with screens. We'll have money managers coming out of Palm Beach. We'll get them on the show. We'll cover the U.S. markets every morning starting at 7:30 pre-market. And as we close up, then we start opening up in Korea. My goal was to have it U.S. start at 7, go to 4, do a half-hour recap, 4:30. The time between our markets closed and those markets opening in Korea, I think it opens up at 8:30 or 8, whatever it is. So we got 2 hours. In the 2-hour time frame, we can have our own financial shows. We can sell ads to E-Trade option show, or whoever it may be. So we can get Dreyfus funds. Everybody doing a half-hour show, a 20-minute show, until we get to the liftoff in the other market. We start covering the Korea market, and we cover the companies that we park there. And we'll keep talking about those companies through the U.S. market when the U.S. market opens up. So everyone will get coverage on it. Oh, CBM just filed with the FDA for this or that, whatever the news may be. We get the CEO on, and people in Korea can see it, but people in the U.S. can see it. In the middle of it, we were hoping to go from U.S. to South Korea, then to Abu Dhabi or Dubai, and report in the midday out of there. And when the U.S. markets opens again, we start picking up in the U.S. The U.S. end of it, I got down cold. I just have to get the same type of people that we have here to start working on the Korean markets. We can actually partner with hopefully a Korean news show, financial show, or one in Dubai, and we can add our flavor to it and teach them how to actually report the markets where people actually would understand it and can make money from it. We want to create a financial news show that gives actionable ideas, not after it's up $10 and tell everybody what Apple's doing up 10. That's not how you're making money. We want to figure out
what if we started a small trading desk and honestly traded a handful of stocks with research?
I would do the trading show. The trading show would cover, I would hire professional traders, and they would report what's going on in real time. So when you have a stock, we would have someone, following those names. Okay, we would get someone who's an expert chart person, put it up there.
We could hire the Poofda Poodle analyst to join.
Well, no, just on every Friday, so everybody knows. And this is a patented idea, so don't dare. Okay, we filed a patent on this one. For the financial news show, every Friday at 12 o'clock, we're going to bring out a monkey, and the monkey's going to throw shit at a wall with stock symbols on it. Wherever the shit hits, that's going to be the monkey's pick. And we're going to put it against Jim Cramer's best pick. And then we're going to have DraftKings make odds on it to see who wins. The monkey throwing shit or Cramer. Right? And I spoke to DraftKings about that.
Bye.
And I think they were dying laughing, and they said they would put odds out on it. So again, we would do anything to actually throw CNBC under the bus, the rest of these idiots, all right? Charlie Payne's going to have to either get on board with us, or Sid at Fox is supposed to throw his ass under the bus too. And he's a friend. I don't give a shit about who's in our way.
Busy thinks you should call it the Ham Network.
The Ham Radio Show. Listen, I have no idea where ham came from, so I wish I can't even tell you why, where, what. I have no idea.
From Andy Boger, can somebody kindly explain what is going on with GTII and what I need to do?
You don't have to do anything. The whole system is screwed up. No one can get their dividends. We have the proof. It's popping up all over the place. The MMTLP became a complete shit show because no one could deliver the dividends in Torchlight, TRCH. So they created this dividend, and the criminals exposed themselves because they needed to get the cover. And that's when they made this attempt at getting MMTLP trading. and figured that people would dump it, but instead people bought it, and now they have a super problem. Stock dividends create massive problems. All right, we don't know when it pops out, but they always do, and that's what you saw in MMTLP. That
Busy says there already is a show like the one you described. It's called the Gasparino Show. And then this gentleman said, David Smith, that he's 6'2" and 400 pounds. I'll be the pickup busy guy.
we just need a rope. You tie it around his leg and drag him home.
I don't.
See, that's how it works. Teamwork. We need people.
I'm not going to read this whole message because I don't trust that this is a real person. But what about GDC? People want to know.
GDC, and we're getting our asses kicked. But the person who told it to me is my number one guy. So if I can't follow my number one guy who bought 400,000, I think he bought more. He averaged down a little bit at north of 4. Okay, I averaged down a little bit to 323, maybe. I think I'm at now. I started at 380. It's been nothing but a shit show, and I do believe that it will turn, and I have no control over it. I don't even know what they do. I'm just following the lead of a very smart money manager.
This guy is rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. I think I got it right. ROFLMAO. Not always good at guessing those.
Laughing his ass off about what? What's the rest of it?
I guess it's about all this Busy Brands commentary.
Oh.
I took a photo today of a billboard that says, I love ham. All right. All right.
Wow.
You should post it on Twitter.
I don't know why I have the word ham. I don't understand. I used to have my dog up there, but I have no idea. I
think you're a natural.
I'm a natural.
You're a natural ham.
Actually, I told you when I didn't speak to anyone until I was like 21 years old.
What?
Nobody. Zero. And then one day I just started talking. Like Forrest Gump, he started running. I just started talking and I can't stop.
Wow.
And the more I do this, the more confident I get. I'm not afraid to pitch any money manager. I don't
think you've caught up with the rest of us by now? You have 25 years to fit in.
But like I said, the hardest thing on Wall Street, William, and you know about it, is when you sit down with people of power.
Oof.
All right? Most people can't handle it. I grew up with those people, and I have no fear.
In one of Jimmy Carter's books, or an article, I think it was a book that I read of his, he said you have to go outside of your comfort zone. You have to step out of your comfort zone. That's Wall Street. If you want to be a success, you're constantly going to see people, meet people, and it's tough.
Let me tell you something. I won't give you his name, but it's one of the biggest money managers' office, and guy was like a monster. The full. He paid me commissions upwards of $10,000-$20,000 a day. That
Wow.
could for him.
Wow.
But again, you had to get past his. If you could, maybe it was this test to see if I was going to faint. I don't know.
His shit test.
But he trusted me with everything as time went on, and I got him by cold calling him. That's how I started it. That's it's not easy to do. But when you pitch an idea, I memorize it all, and I just attack and attack and attack, and people can't come back with questions because they don't understand it fast enough. And that's the difference when you go see these money managers. They can't possibly understand what your company does in 10 minutes. It's impossible. You tell them the basics of it, but then once they don't understand it, as you're pitching your story, you really need to pick up your pace and really step on them because you can tell that they don't understand it. And they're looking at it as a stock trade. So if it's a short seller, he's thinking of ways looking at your volume. If it's a real investor, He's listening to what you're saying and how confident you are, and he'll make his decision based on that.
I love
You
your,
can't go in as a half-ass sissy. You'll get run over. You got to be powerful.
I love your story where you got a trader to buy a bunch of stock and then she did it and then the stock collapsed. And
That was no, you got it wrong.
All right.
The woman called me up. She was running $1 billion for Lehman Asset Management, and she was told she wants to do soft dollar business with me, meaning that she was going to pay me for ideas, whatever.
Right.
She called me up. It was a Thursday. I got her to short 100,000 shares of that stock Epitote, the one I was telling you about that I was trying to short. She shorted 100,000 shares of it, EDP to Tom. She said, I'm going to the Hamptons. Anything happens, please give me a call. I just opened the account with her. It was a DVP account, so basically it goes into the system. She has to accept it the next day, her people that she did this trade, and that's how it all settles out. Well, the next day the stock went from $11, where she shorted 100,000 shares. It got a $30 takeover bid. That's the next day. So she's down 1.9 million. And that one phone call to me.
And she hasn't delivered anything yet.
She doesn't even know what's going on. She's in the Hamptons. I had to call her up, and I worked on a desk where there's 60 people looking at me, including my boss, saying, if she walks away from the trade, they call it a DK, don't know, I would be stuck with a $1.9 million loss. So I called her up, and her name was Barbara. I still remember her. And I said, so I got good news and bad news. I said, the bad news, the stock is up $19, whatever it was. And she goes, what's the good news? I said, the good news is that if the bid is a fraud and that the stock is eventually going to come back in. She gave me an order to sell another 100,000 shares short. I sold it at $31. I remember it. The bid was a false bid. The news was on the nose. And she covered it all back at $3. So we went from losing 1.9 million. She wound up making over $2.5 million. And she became a tremendous client of mine, not because I made her money, because I wasn't afraid to call her up.
Right.
That was the hardest thing. The hardest thing was to call her up. And when she gave me another order, the people on my desk were looking around saying, are you kidding me? You just killed this poor woman for $2 million. And she gave you another order? And I said, because you got to call. I was always told you never hide. You got to keep calling. You just can't duck. You got to, when you're wrong, you're wrong. That's how it goes. You asked me about DDC, I'm standing tall. I don't know anything about it. I'm following somebody else.
Right. Somebody got.
And it happens to everybody. I keep telling people, I says, you make a bet in a stock, and you know what? When you hit the button, it's your problem then. You can only hear what I'm saying or anybody else is saying. I don't know. I just told you I don't know anything about the company. But I know someone who put a lot of money into it, put almost $1 million into it. What more than that? $4, 400,000 shares, 1.6 million.
So Kilby Horner is asking, what's the tipping point where law enforcement and or the SEC has had enough and fights?
It's to me, it's right here. The tipping point is right now, and you say, wow, you've been saying this for 24 years. I know I've been saying it for 24 years, but I've never seen people like Ace and Richard and Busy and the people doing the movie and this and Honor and this one. People, MMT, everyone is breaking the doors down. You may think there's 10 of us, but there's thousands of us now. Back in 20 years ago, there was only 10 of us. Now there's thousands of us. I'm telling you, when I come in and I see a video by a gentleman that I don't know wearing a 49er hat, telling me exactly, he put his own video together. I had nothing to do with it. He took pieces from everything. He left out a lot. But again, that means everyone's learning. That means he knows. That means his friends know. He has an audience at night, a couple hundred people every day, 500, 600 people that are learning. And we're spoon feeding everybody for a reason. So you understand it. So you can tell somebody. And if you're going to come out here and say we're wrong and security fraud, go to the dark side. Don't come with us. We're trying to stop people from getting robbed. If you want to join the criminals, join the criminal. At least announce yourself. Hey, I want to be a criminal. You know what? I want to be a criminal too. They're living a great life. But I just can't, I don't do it. So again, I'm not like that. I wasn't a short seller. Every time I tried to play the short side, I lost, so I never really paid attention to it. You know, I told you my last short trade was Shopify. They told me to buy the puts. I bought the stock was $300 or $400, something like that. I bought puts $65 points, so $65 away. I'll say the stock was 400. I bought the 330s or something like that, 335 puts. And I paid $13 for it. I still remember it. I bought 50 of them at $13. The stock went down $60 the next day. 60. I almost had it right on the nose. My puts went from $13 to $18, up $2 or $4, something like that. I'm looking at it saying the stock's down 60. How the hell these things are not $35 bid or something like that? I hesitated. The stock rallied, went back up, closed down maybe 45 or $50. My puts closed at 9. The next day, the stock went back up, and the stock went up hundreds of dollars. And I got wiped out. I never even had a chance to sell them. And I knew it when the stock went down and my puts didn't expand, that there was a problem, that this thing was most likely going to bounce back up. But I hesitated, and it cost me a lot of money.
He who hesitates.
I hesitated. I knew I was supposed to sell them, but I hesitated. Even if I sold them to break even, I should have done it. Instead, I hesitated, which is the wrong thing to do.
And then once you hestate, you feel locked in. It's a nightmare.
I said, let me give it one more day. It went down to 60. Tomorrow it could be down, but whatever. I didn't know what the reason I bought it. But again, and it just rallied back up. You really make your big money in options when you get 2 days down, 2 or 3 days in a row down. That's when you really make the most money.
Why do you think the VIX is so low and so, I guess, steady?
Well, everybody's looking for the volatility. There is none.
I think it's because the Fed buys 6 stocks, 7 stocks.
I told you that. These weird names that you think that no one's paying attention to. We all study Apple and all these big, whatever the names are, but they manipulate UNH, Caterpillar, weird names like that you're not paying attention. Like JP Morgan may be down, Goldman may be down today, and you turn around and UNH is up 10. The next day, those bank stocks go up and UNH goes down 10. And meanwhile, the market's still flat and they just keep manipulating. Then they throw Caterpillar in there. Caterpillar all of a sudden will be up 5 points. It's equal to how many points in the Dow. And that's how they do it. They keep manipulating different stocks.
This guy's account is so low, they replaced the numbers with WTF. I called into my broker for something, and the guy asked me if I wanted to talk to a Morgan Stanley broker.
That happened to me. They told us that our account, when Finger Motion went down from 9 that time, went down so much, Fidelity said, called us up and said, "Do you guys know what you're doing?" That's what they said. I'm like, "What? Fuck you." I hung up on them. Get out of here.
It's unbelievable.
I could see them calling people and people saying, "Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. I just got ripped off or whatever. I was in MMTLP, it was 3 and now it's 14 cents, or I was in this one or that one." It's just an endless amount of companies got destroyed. Endless.
Oh Lordy. It never gets better. I think there was a time he made you laugh. He should have stopped. He says Caterpillar will evolve into a butterfly selling company. You might evolve into a stand-up comedian.
Me?
No, not legal advice.
Oh, good luck.
What do you think about Ken Griffin basically admitting to market manipulation on an interview on TV? I didn't see it, so.
I told you they make mistakes. It's when you're lying, all right, you better be good at it, because every once in a while you make a mistake, right? And here it is, he made a tremendous mistake.
He also wonders why you're calling me a putz, not legal advice. I didn't hear you call him a putz.
Him? I never called him a putz.
But now that
If he
you
wants-
mention
if he
it,
likes, I will. I have
now
no problem.
that you mention it,
Richard is not legal advice to putz. We can
um,
make your name a little longer if you like. Listen, Richard, you're brilliant at law. You're a breath of fresh air. I love it. All right. You oversee what the battlefield from a legal end, which we don't, most of us don't know. I don't have the brain capacity to read one legal document. And you've done it, and you made my job so much easier. And I apologize because I always dump on you, and I tell people, hey, man, go read Alpine. Here it is. He'll tell you everything that's going on. Just remember with Alpine got busted. They were free riding the trade. They didn't have the money to meet the margin requirements. That's how they got caught. The DTC, the NSCC put out the proof that these guys had a concentrated short position with no money. And that began their downfall right there. There you go. And that happens. They're fighting like hell to do what? Their business is tarnished. Everyone knows they're criminals. They're fighting the government, dragging this out with filings, hiring lawyers. For what reason? Obviously, they're trying to protect some assets somewhere and buy some time to move money around. It's not moving around $1 million. I can only imagine these guys trying to move around a stolen $1 billion. It's not easy to move money that big around the world. All right, try to hide it. All their actions tell me they're hiding something, and they're doing anything in their power. And why not, with a great strategy, attack the regulators, all right, to get the attention off of what you're doing. Put the regulators, go after them, attack their existence. And that's what he's been doing. To do that, and I'm sure Richard can tell you, it's probably cost him millions of dollars in legal fees already. To do what? To start this, to protect the business that's out of business, really? Or they're protecting whatever they're hiding. That's what's going on. That's my opinion.
so Busy's asking you, did you speak yet on the Tom Ronk video clip he posted on Twitter? Tom Ronk spoke about how market makers are leasing out their licenses.
I put up an old story about Wedbush this morning. Wedbush got fined many times. Wedbush is giving people direct market access. All right. And what that does is, like, me and William could be running a hedge fund in Spain. We do our business through Wedbush. They allow us to naked short using direct market access, get their broker dealer license, and we can use the loophole and naked short from Spain. We could be doing all types of criminal activity, and the person whose license we're using is Wedbush. So Wedbush is supposed to monitor what me and William are doing, but instead of paying him 3 cents a share, me and William are paying 5 cents a share if they look the other way. And that's what Wedbush has been doing. They've probably taken accounts all over the world and say, go ahead, guys, do whatever you want, help yourself. We get paid this much money. If you don't pay us, you lose your access. So all these criminals that are stealing $1, why not give Wedbush 6 cents or 8 cents commission to keep their mouth closed? That's what's going on. And when the SEC catches Wedbush with all these fraudulent trades, what does Wedbush say? Hey, guys, listen, we just had to pay a couple of $1 million in a fine. Instead of paying me 8 cents, the fee goes up to 10 cents until we pay off the debt. And then what they say, sure, no problem.
This guy asks, it's a little complicated, but I would summarize it. Why doesn't Finger either buy a private company or just one of its divisions? Why don't they distribute it as a dividend like you suggested Elon do with SpaceX?
I try. Public companies, you can give them the ideas, but then they have to go to their attorneys. Then they have to go to their board of directors to get approval of this stuff.
Right.
Most companies, the lawyers and the board of directors have no idea what we all know. All right. You have to somehow speak to them. I don't speak to board of directors. So again, they give a lot of pushback on doing crazy things like this. But I'm a believer that you have to do crazy things because the system is not protecting you. So you have to do something.
Not Legal Advice should change his name to NAWT Legal Advice. I guess not. I guess that's how you say not? Not? I don't know.
No more questions? Because my
Well,
wife's bringing me home my favorite egg roll tonight. So I'm getting an egg roll for dinner. So I'm waiting. Can't.
now it doesn't seem like there's any. Not Legal Advice says he enjoys your ribbing. Hanging Moss joins the party and says that he was raised as an only child, which was really hard for his sister. This is turning into cornball jokes. Cornball jokes 101.
Listen, it's been a week since I got ripped off of 50,000, 63,000 to be exact in my football bet, and I'm still mad about it. So again, so we think about trading stocks. I lost outside the stock market, even that right now, and I whatever hairs left on my head, I pulled out because that really bothered me to lose that. That was a nice Christmas gift, $50,000.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Not to blame. I'm just pissed off. I can't do anything about it.
Right.
And you just reminded me of it, Wade. So now I'm really mad.
Your next win is just around the corner.
Yeah, right. I don't gamble. I really don't. I don't gamble. I used to do it. I just have no interest in it. Now I know why I have no interest in it. The game is very gold, though. I can't believe it.
Well, these guys just make money every day by counterfeiting, by lying, by hiring lawyers, by obfuscating, putting pressure on. And they just do it. It's just, I mean, anybody could do it. Whatever. Ham, get me on some boards. I don't know what that means.
What's that?
You want to be he says, get me on some boards. Boards maybe of companies? I don't know.
When we get the financial news show, I will turn people on your conference call. I would have Richard have a legal corner to go over lawsuits that are done with public companies to understand and follow them.
Oh,
Think
God.
about that as a little content.
So the viewership for 45 minutes would drop to about 20 people while they avoided the series of bad jokes. And then
that's what you don't understand. Wall Street, so people understand, is not about pretty people. So Richard would fit in perfect.
I didn't say anything about that. I'm just saying the cornball jokes.
Well, no, this is it. Regular people are the people that are in the stock market. The best people that I know that do their work are people that go in their basements and work hard. I have a guy that studies treasuries, charts. I mean, just they do tremendous work. And those are the people like Richard, like yourself, that do hard work and are great people to put on a financial news show. Unlike those buffoons on CNBC that are just reading a teleprompter. They have no idea what's going on. And you can say, well, how do you know that? Well, I met Jack Riley, and he used to produce CNBC. And he told me point blank that these people don't know anything. They're just reading a teleprompter. Now, over time, those people on CNBC have educated themselves and understand a lot of different things. But for the most part, everything they say is on a teleprompting that is written for them. All right. They can't just turn on a dime and go from place to place. Kramer does it, and he does it pretty well, but his picks are always awful. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow.
Well, I totally believe Jim Cramer. It's possible anyway that he uses his TV show to trade his own private foundation's money. I don't know.
All you have to understand about Jim Cramer is, listen, we can all be losers here. Okay, we're not making money. I got it. Jim Cramer was funded by Goldman Sachs, the street.com, TSCM was the symbol, came public at 80, not 80 cents, $80. Multiple millions of dollars funded by Goldman Sachs. Jim Cramer drove it to zero. That's all you need to know. If you can't, you're talking about getting a gift from the gods to go public with Goldman behind it and go to zero. That tells you what a bum he is. That's all you need to know. TSTM is the symbol. And you can ask Charlie Payne, he knows all about it, because Charlie's symbol was WSST, Wall Street Strategies. He knows. Charlie Payne knows all about naked short selling because they did it to his company back in the day. He knows all about it. So when Charlie Payne gets on TV and he ducks it, just ask him point blank, what about Wall Street Strategies, WSST? What happened when they attacked your stock? You did nothing? You just watched it go by? Or did you scream? Go ask him. That was 20 years ago. You're good?
Not legal advice. Won't quit. He must have the typewriting board.
He's going to be a star on our TV.
He said, how amazing you must be to personally drive a stock to zero.
That's a good one. Listen, he has a great personality that would be fit in perfect with stock traders, because most of us have awful sense of humor. So he would be perfect for that crowd. And you know what? Every day trader listen, day traders are all morons. I consider myself a day trader, complete idiot. When something comes out with a lawsuit, someone filing against something, and no, we don't have the patience to read it. Just like the Kramers, when GTI put out a press release, William, and the news hits the tape on finger motion, what did the short sellers do? They sell. You can't even read the press release.
It doesn't matter what the news is.
Right.
They sell.
They have no idea. That's exactly right. But in the big boy game, you need to have a little knowledge. If Apple's being sued by someone for an infringement, a patent infringement, what does it mean if they lose this monetary value? What does this mean? We need an attorney to make that determination, not a broker. And Richard could be a celebrity in that spot. And you know what? I'm going to groom him into being that. I think he's a perfect guy for it.
Oh, Lordy.
We're going to have you do the...
when you're watching the show, you'll have to be ready to skip through the commercials and then also skip through the jokes.
Trust me, our show will be dynamite. We know what to get people to stay and keep them hooked. We know how to do that. CNBC, they just have it. You know, CNBC is it's just on everywhere. That's all they did was pay everyone who puts it on. They have to pay a fee to have the show listed. You know,
the worst is going to an airport and the CNN is running. Oh,
everywhere. They just pay for that. That's all they do.
Everywhere. No one looks. No one watches.
So anyway, listen, everyone. Is that it? I'm good. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, listen, everyone. Have a great night. I'm sorry I came on late. I was running around, but we'll see you tomorrow. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Remember, I've been pretty quiet about law enforcement. It's like candid camera, Richard. When you least expect it, that's when they get you, right? Remember, one arrest and it's all over with. Watch the rats run.
One arrest.
All right.
All right.
Have a great night, William. Have a great night. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you. Bye.
You got it.
All right.
Ended.
I'll try to remember some of the questions you guys asked that he wouldn't have any interest in answering. I've got something here to show you. Here's Richard on the Ham Show. That's from Busy Brands. On MMTLP and NextBridge, there were several questions, but I think there is enough talk that it's at least possible some sort of settlement is being discussed. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. I think this is, I don't know, 104 broker dealers, at least 5 or 6 whales. I don't know how many hedge fund criminals, broker dealers, prime brokers, and I don't know. It's a lot of lawyers. I just don't think it's going to happen quickly, but it could. And people have asked me yesterday. Now they asked $200 or more, $300. I think it would be it would be, I mean, just throwing out that number isn't enough information. Lawyers are going to take at least $50, if not more. And they're going to take it off the top. And then there might be other costs, court costs, other costs, hard costs. They'll charge it to you. They'll mark it up. The lawyer will take whatever the paper he printed or she printed on, mark it up 40% and charge it to you. When it's Xerox, their Xerox machine went to Harvard. They raised the rates, so you have to pay that. So there'll be a lot of hard costs as well. And I think there'll be a cash dividend, which will go to you as well, to everybody. Anyway, $200 or $300 might be the right number. What I like about that rumor is they're going to come out with a big number. It's like Shohei Ohtani, 700 million, boom, done. Rather than piecemealing it. If they come out, try to bribe some people to get out at $8, bribe some more to get out at 20, 50, that could take forever. And I'm not a lawyer. My opinion, if you agree to accept the offer, they're going to ask for your signature, but you're not going to get your money right away. In my opinion. Why? Because I think they're going to want to get whatever expert. In my head, I just don't know how lawyers would recommend making a payout without getting releases from each of us, but also from the entire class, because it just takes one person to sue. Anyway, that's that comment. Let me see that you also asked in my motion to recuse 300 per share. Wow. Well, Patty, don't they need to know the outstanding share count? My opinion, Patty, is the reason that Greg McCabe has given the inducement to potentially get people to move their shares to AST. It's a back-assward way of getting a share count, because I think the SEC knows the number. They won't give it. But I think by getting the shares moved over there, then they can talk to the broker-dealers and they can quantify how many shares are in MMTLP, and they can answer that question. I do believe everyone will get a chance, even if you're at AST. I have a feeling it's going to be structured that you can take advantage of the deal as well. But, you know, I'm guessing on that, totally guessing. But to get signatures, I think that's going to be an optionality that's required to get everyone to sign off. I also think if there's a cash dividend in addition to the payout, everyone will get it. NextBridge and MMTLP. Well, Rennie Tin, you may be right. It may be that every stock we talk about, the criminals focus on to sell off so that we never have a win. It might be true, because once we win on one, we're going to move to another and another and another. It could be true. I don't think CAUD was doing fine at all. Let me just show you Rin Tin Tin. Rinny Tin Tin. Let me just show you something. That is a chart. I didn't have this is all quiet period. I didn't have the CEO on until last Sunday and yesterday. Is that a chart that looks like things were doing fine? I don't know, Rennie. I don't know what you would suggest. I think Brent did a very good job yesterday. He made some really cogent points. I don't know, the comments have disappeared. And I think he made it clear that this is a situation where if we, to put it baldly, if we buy and hold now, there's a really good chance that the stock goes over to 250, and then the buying algorithms step in. But I'm not sure what you think we should do. Just nothing, and let the criminals have the field. I get what you're saying, that if we point out Finger, GTII, CAUD, MULN, MMAT, GDC, LGN, MBT, LGIQ, HNRC, CNLV, WULF, GOLQ. I mean, your point is the best thing to do is get under the bed and pretend the house isn't being robbed by burglars. Just pull the sheets down and pretend they can't see you. I don't know. You may be right, Rennie Tin Tin. It would have a lot less lawsuits, a lot fewer. I think that anyway. I'm one to talk. I say everything incorrectly. Well, pizza rules. I love that. Ham points out they never let the stock exchange close for 3 days, ever. And you nailed the reason why. Somebody asked me about GoLogic, and yeah, I think CAUD. Look, the risk on CAUD, there's no question they're attacking it. They're gonna, in my opinion, they're gonna try to get it under $1. I don't know that they're going to be successful because of Peter Board's, Elizabeth DeMars, the full court press. Once they get out talking to their investors, I don't know where I read it last night. Peter Boards is, here's Elizabeth DeMars, and she oddly, she made the street.com successful after Kramer destroyed it. But yeah, here, Peter Boards. As an active angel investor and entrepreneur, he has been ranked among the top 100 most influential angel investors in the United States and on social media. I think buying CAUD makes a lot of sense. But I am a bit jealous of Skinny Whale's sale at almost $6. Well, this is true. Once you move over to look, as Bunny pointed out, I showed you guys, and I might have it here. I don't know. I'm so disorganized. I think I have them here somewhere. My shares, I can show you. But anyway, I have NextBridge shares here. I'm in charge here at the White House. I just can't find them right now. They're here somewhere. But I also have some in my retirement account, and so I'll experience whatever happens both ways. But my point is, if they make a settlement on MMTLP on the brokerage side, which includes a dividend per share, you'll get I believe you'll get the dividend at NextBridge as well. Okay, let's see. If NextBridge accepted a dollar amount to sell shares. Well, Honey Badger, I think you're onto something. It's what I put in several videos in the past. I'm not as good as Ace or Avid, so I never get credit from Ham for my videos, and I don't blame him because I don't know what I'm doing. But I did a Time Life video, and I don't need to show you, I guess, but the natural shock absorber is NextBridge. And if the shorts need shares to cover, if the criminals need shares to cover, if the system needs shares to cover the rumored 500 million shares out there, one way to do it would be to get NextBridge to issue new shares. I mean, it's so logical. It's taken attorneys over a year to figure it out, maybe, but it was obvious back then. That's the only solution. So they could settle it all up. They're not going to have a trading day. So NextBridge issues, I'm making the number up, 500 million shares, new shares. Now they only have in their charter 250,000 shares available. So they would have to hold a vote, whatever is necessary. But for now, let's just go with 500 million shares, 500 million shares. Well, if NextBridge issued those shares to Wall Street, to the prime brokers, to the criminals, the problem's solved. And the criminals would sign a agreement with the SEC that they neither agree that they're criminals nor that they're good. They neither comment or agree that they committed a crime, and they go on with their life. They disgorge money, but most of it will be hidden in their wives' asset names anyway, and they go on with their life. They don't go to jail. And then NextBridge has a lot of cash. First, the lawyers will take their piece, and it'll be big. The lawyers will take a lot of it. And there might be regulatory fees. And as I said, there'll be hard costs that have to come out. But the problem is, what price? What price? And we don't know. I don't know. I know, just to give a round number that I'm comfortable with, I think there's 5 billion barrels of oil in the Oro Grande project. I don't know if that's net, if that's risked for the 3 or 4 Ps, or what. I haven't seen the engineering report. But if you take 5 billion barrels and multiply it by Exxon just bought Pioneer for $30 a share, 29 something a share in stock. If you assume there's 2 buyers, if you assume there's 2 buyers or more, you could get a bidding war. So if you had 5 billion barrels, don't use $30. Look, I don't think there'll be a bidding war now. It'll be after they prove it up. But let's go with it now. And let's just say it's got to find it there. Let's just say it's, I don't know, $15 a share in stock, not cash. So 5 billion times $15 a share. That's $75 billion. Look, this is just such a WAG, wild ass guess. But then I would suggest that the divisor should be 165 million shares, because they owe you 1 share of non-diluted Nextbridge. It was 1 for 1 a year ago, not allowing for anything that's been issued since. So dividing it by 165 million shares, it's $454 is what I get per share. You add, let's say, $50 a share for lawyers, $50 fat thumb, and maybe a $50 cash distribution, and maybe $50 pain and suffering. So that's $650 a share. Now that would be, to me, a low end of what they should pay. But if they paid $650 a share, if Wall Street paid $650 a share for 500 million, I hope I haven't screwed up by a decimal here. It would cost them $325 billion. I feel like I might have screwed up by a decimal. So anyway, that sounds like a big number. That sounds like a huge number. But remember, they can write it off on their taxes. I think the lawyers would get a big payday. The courts would get a big payday. And I think everyone would be paid a cash dividend, so that the odds are that Nextbridge would get maybe, let's say, $450 a share, 500 million shares. That's so much money. Nextbridge would be Exxon. It would be the biggest oil company in the United States. It bothers me. I'm worried I'm off by 1 decimal. But you get the idea. You can do your own arithmetic on it. By Nextbridge issuing shares, they would be the most well-heeled independent oil company in North America and maybe in the world. So there's a lot of incentive for Nextbridge to provide shares to the criminals. The criminals would avoid jail, and you and I would get a cash dividend. Lawyers would become Peter Angelos, and And, they'd all agree nobody did anything wrong. They'd suppress that there was such a huge counterfeiting going on. Life would go on, but we would have an oil company. We would have shares. We would also, I think, in that case, get a cash dividend. My guess is it'll be $50 a share, $75 a share. Whatever it is, it's money. But we would own shares in a company that could probably go buy Carrizo, go buy Contango oil, go buy, I'm trying to remember some of the others, Apache even, probably even buy Apache. Be pretty cool. So I think people are going to end up happy. I think we'll see. All right, my computer's freezing on the comments. On GoLogic, which I think is trading for 40 cents. I own GoLogic because I got the distribution 2 Decembers ago. Well, I earned it. I actually got it I think May of 2022. It hasn't traded yet. The distributed shares have not traded yet. The stock is trading. But GoLogic is going to do the identical thing that Logic did. They're going to distribute their business to recruiters.com. That is, they're going to distribute the majority of their business, their fintech business, into the shell, recruiters.com. And that's going to be on the NASDAQ. I think the criminals will short the hell out of that. But if they don't make the mistake of taking advice from Shadran or the AST or use those 2 or 3 criminal hedge funds, in my judgment, it should be all right. But once they move that over, GoLogic becomes a shell, just like Logic did. GoLogic is going, but GoLogic is going to have some things in it. I don't remember what they are. They're not moving everything, but it'll be a shell. And there are companies lining up to buy that shell. And it'll be a question of how quickly they close that transaction. My opinion, you have to look out for is that Brent now is no longer CEO of CAUD. He is CEO of GoLogic. So where do you think he's going to spend his time? And how quickly can he get it done? He's been working on all fronts for the last 2 or 3 years. Hey, GoLogic could be interesting. And when it first started trading, to my memory, it traded at $8.50 a share. Could have been higher, but that's what I remember. So it's an interesting play. I'll try to get more information on that for you, for whoever asked that question. All right, now my comments are scrolling again. No, they're not. Okay, now they are. Yeah, I agree. Rennie Tin, GME, AMC, TOP. There's a list of about a dozen. I can't remember all the symbols that went up 100 to 2,000% when Univest got involved. Finger went from $1 to $17. Finger went from $1 to $9. Finger went from $1 to $12. GTII went from 20 cents to $8.97 or $9.87, one of those. And it had several runs, $1 to $2, $1 to $4, $1 to $8. Frank Benedetto got everybody into COSM. That went from 18 cents to 84 cents. That's a pretty nice move. But it didn't stay there very long before the company did a deal with the shorts. You did a deal with you. What else? I mean, I remember some of the other names, like Volkswagen. And there's one Pinky Dinky or Rinky Pinky or something. I obviously not remembering the name, but there's been many instances of short squeezes in stocks. I think Rinny Tin Tin, I think your best buys, you should go buy the S&P 6 or the S&P 7 because you're a cheater anyway. But you should buy Disney, Netflix, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, and NVIDIA. And there's one more. There's now 7 of them. Just buy those because that's what the Federal Reserve buys to prop up the market. And then you could come on and brag how smart you are. Well, see, not legal advice is giving you good advice here. I try to go with a high number because lawyers are going to settle. Lawyers are going to settle. That means you are not going to feel like you got justice. And you're going to be, that's not fair. That's not fair. But their lawyers are going to settle and they're going to agree amongst themselves. They're going to push it to the point that the judge almost loses her patience and says, I'm going to throw this case out. Then the lawyers will get around a big conference table, virtually or together, and they'll make sure they're paid first. They'll go down their list. They'll say, this is what, boom, boom. They'll carve up the carcass for the lawyers first. And then they'll go to convince their clients that it's a good deal. And it won't be what the number I just came up with. It won't be what the criminals want. They'll say it should be $3.24 where it closed, or $2.87 where they crimed it down. So yeah, the settlement, everyone's going to be pissed off about the settlement. Everybody's going to be pissed off. Well, I think some of these people, I don't know Dan Borders personally, but I think a lot of these people are paid. They're smokers, they're drinkers, whiskey voices, golfers, hobnobbers. They collect clients, they brag, they get companies to hire them or criminals to hire them. And I'm not saying this about this gentleman. And then they come out and they broadcast and they come out into a pre-gathered group like this that Busy or Anna or Junk Savvy have done such work to get to coalesce around each other, and they start pitching their woo, and they make good money on it. And I don't know Rosie Gray Glasses, but there's very few people I trust in this situation. And there is so much money involved. So much money involved. I mean, I'll give an example. In my opinion, the Kramers were down $1 billion and their clients in GTII a year ago. can't, you have to have a working theory. Ham's theories and mine derivative because of Ham, they predict the future. A lot of these other apologists' ideas don't predict the future. So anyway, $1 billion. Do you think that those hedge funds and criminals that are down $1 billion couldn't have bribed anybody, even CEOs, to come out with a story and come all yards and get everyone so we could pop the bubble? And then they don't care, Rosie. Whoever those kind, and I'm not saying this person, but those kind of people, they don't care about you. They just want to steal. They just want to rip you off. And so, Rosie, if you measured every stock that I've talked about right now, depending on where you bought in, they're all down too. I think it's in fairness to Dan Borders, Frank Benedetto, and to that gentleman or woman that brought the point up before, it is possible that the criminals have decided to put extra effort against this ragtag band of investors. Whatever we talk about, they're going to suppress, because they know if we make money on one, we're going to roll it into the next. It's possible. We are fighting an implacable foe. The greed knows no bounds. The dishonesty knows no end. The lack of empathy is evident. And these people believe they are selected by God to do this to the rest of the investing world. And yeah. But Rosie, it just takes one company to work. I think CAUD has a good chance, but the new CEO has to get his action in gear and hit the ground running. And the board, which has 2 women on it, which concerns me, not because women don't deserve to be on boards. And I mean, these women are massively impressive, but women tend to be really conservative and cautious, and they may buy whatever baloney the smiling faces are telling them, and they may, just like with MMAT, which I don't think there were any women there, but the board there decided to ignore warnings and do a crappy financing. I don't think that's going to happen at CAUD. I really don't. But, there are some risks that we have to get through. I did not invest in MMTLP for NextBridge. I'm owed 2 days of trading. Well, basically, I bought NextBridge. I want to say I bought it on Thursday. I might have bought it on Wednesday. They stopped trading Friday. I bought it because I grew to believe mainly that the men, God, that sounds, they just happen to be men. The 5 or 6 investors, whales, really were putting their money in NextBridge, and it was feasible. So I like oil and gas as an investment. It's been shitty for years. So that I didn't mind getting NextBridge, but I will admit I wanted to see what happened in a squeeze. I really thought we could get a squeeze for 2 days, Friday the 9th and Monday the 12th. We could have had some fun. Well, it wasn't to be. I don't think asking for 2 days trading now is the answer, because I think that will play right into the criminal's hands. MMTLP isn't anything. So there's nothing to cover. But I happen to agree with you. I think a lawsuit. Now, I'm not a huge fan of going the legal route, but I'm not as young as you are. I think a lawsuit could take 7 or 8 years. Kim Kardashian will be on to her 7th husband by the time the lawsuit settles. But a lawsuit is going to be expensive, ocean sailing, in my judgment. I think NextBridge, if they now own 100% of Ori Grande, they're moving forward. If they continue to have success in this analog to the Delaware Basin with the same geologist, and they can turn it into essentially a blanket sand, essentially a production operation, Wall Street isn't going to know what hit them. $1,000 a share could be cheap. It might be worth $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 a share. So I like what you say, but I guess what I would like more than all of that is that they would have to disclose who did it, how they did it, and the fact that they counterfeited 650 million shares, and that the regulators were complicit, and that Goldman Sachs was complicit, and all the other broker dealers. That's what I'd love to see. And I'd love to see market makers go to jail. I'd like to see the rules changed. I'd like to see Anna put in charge of the SEC. I do not believe. Yeah, I that's what I think, not legal advice. I think it's like Shohei Ohtani flying to Toronto. I cannot confirm that there's any race to settle MMTLP. And in fact, I don't, we got 2 weeks left. It's not happening this year. And then you start in January next year. They got all year. There's no urgency. That's just how I see it. It's just how I see it. Also, you have an election coming up, and it may wait till you have Congress knows they have 2 years ahead of them. I don't know. Miguel, just call AST. Believe it or not, when you give your number or maybe you give your social security number, I can't remember. I called in all by their computerized disembodied voice. Hello, William. Our records show you have blah, 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 blah. You can just call in to AST and you'll know right away. So that's what I would do. I wouldn't ask for proof from Schwab. I would ask for proof from American Stock Transfer, and they'll give it to you. What are your views on Japan with all the money they're printing? Well, I had drinks at the Ritz-Carlton probably about 6 years ago, with a friend of a friend, Patrizia. I won't give you her last name, but she Italian and very successful, wonderful person. And she manages money, and she has, but on a big scale, massive scale. And she's focused on fixed income. She told me then, because I was all into my theories on peak oil and the dollar going down and pressures on interest rates and all that going up. She told me that the banks won't let that happen. And she told me that whatever monetary policies the Fed or the Bank of England are going to do, and others, Brussels, they try it out in Japan first. This is what she said. The test for any theory is Japan. And she said Japan has negative interest rates. You watch, interest rates are going to go negative in Europe, and they're going to go negative in other parts of the world. She was right. She was right. So my views are that they're experimenting. I understand that in Japan, most of the debt is bought by Japan. So I guess they can keep doing it. Japan has some problems. They have, just like the United States now, except we've accepted something like 18 to 30 million new immigrants who are all of, if you listen to some people, a lot of them are young men. We have a lot of our workforce is aging, and this is what's happening in Japan. Japan is still, I think, the fifth. I don't want to look it up, but I think it's the fifth or sixth largest economy in the world. I mean, we could probably figure it out. United States, China, maybe Japan is third. India's climbing. Germany's falling. The UK has fallen. Italy's down. Russia's still small, but climbing. California is falling. Anyway, I think Japan as an economy can get through this. They went into this kind of rescue mode back when their real estate market crashed, probably before. You can look at, if you can get the movie Black Rain with Michael Douglas, that gives you a sense of how Japan was buying everything in the United States. But anyway, their real estate got got overpriced, and the collapse, they just printed money, and they haven't stopped. But I think Japan has another problem. And I don't know if I'll do it on this video. I mean, on this channel. But on March 11th, 2011, Fukushima Daiichi, I used to think it was 3, but now I believe it's 4 of the 6 power plants had complete meltdowns. And those plants were built using a submarine model to save money. 2 things. It was Bechtel or another American firm, that consulting firm. The place they built it on is over a fault and it's over an underwater river, but it also was a cliff 85 feet tall or taller. They blew out the rock and lowered the area down to sea level. And they went ahead and built this on an earthquake zone with fresh water running underneath. They put the backup generators on the first floor with the batteries, and they were small and they just had electric cables. So when the tsunami hit, there was no rock wall to stop the tsunami, and the tsunami came in and flooded the power plant. The power went off and the generators could not be turned on, and so these nuclear pools overheated. I mean, the fuel rods down in the I don't know what it's called, the engine of the plant, overheated and blew up. Well, each of the plants were designed using, I think it's Westinghouse, but a submarine design, so that they built, and they just made the design bigger, but they built the plant and they stored the radioactive waste on top of the plant like they do in a submarine. Well, these 4 blew up, and the 2 years, in some cases, 2 full pools, not 2 years, 20 years, 30 years, but 2 full pools of waste, and the core blew up and went up up into the 35,000, whatever that's called, my brain, the air, which comes over to the United States. I think Japan is in shock about this and in denial. They have collected much of the soil and put it in plastic bags, and they leave them in the plastic bags. They supposedly have filtered the water, but they just dumped tons of radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean. Every day, 400 tons of waste that we know about. Nuclear radioactive water, because of the river that comes underneath and goes through the coriums that have melted down into the ground. Every single day since March 11th, 2011, that goes out in the Pacific Ocean. And as Dr. Helen Caldicott says, the solution for pollution is not dilution when it comes to radioactive waste. And all you need is one of these, to eat one of these fish, and they go all over the Pacific, or inhale it. I mean, you can look up during World War II, the Japanese filled balloons with hot air and then put bombs on them, and they put it up in the troposphere, and the balloons 3 days later landed in the heartland and the farmlands of America, dropped, and supposedly were going to blow up. I don't know if any of them did. But that's what happened with that radiation. Guess what? They continued to pour seawater on these corium, and the spray's going up into the troposphere, and it's coming over North America. It goes on to Europe. The northern hemisphere is inundated with this radioactive waste. Now, Obama came out and said Americans have nothing to worry about, and he said your only responsibility is to stay informed. Well, I was so pleased to be informed of this that I drove through 10 red lights in his honor. I said, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. That's Girl with Faraway Eyes. But anyway, I have tried to keep informed. And there was a website called ENE that you could get news, but it's not in the mainstream news. And even Helen Caldicott doesn't talk anymore. There was a scientist from the UK with a British accent I used to listen to. Can't find him anymore. Kevin Camp, um, I think is still reasonably level-headed, but I haven't heard him speak recently. Fairwinds, what was that guy's name? He and his wife at Fairwinds. He turned out to be an apologist for the nuclear power industry. There's one guy left I listen to, but he's a bit kooky, but he's smart. He keeps going, and he keeps telling the story. 10 people listen to him. I'm one of them. But to be blunt, Satvik, I think the future for Japan is bleak. They started moving the some of the waste and the foliage and farm, where the radiation sent. They put it all around the island. They burnt it. They didn't just burn it where it was. They spread it around, burning around. Why? Because TEPCO in the future, their lawyers, they didn't want pockets of cancers to show up. They wanted spread out around the island. Hillary Clinton, everyone says, oh, she should be president. She's a woman. And don't be a misogynist. She should be president. Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, that one of the first things she did after Fukushima, she warned everyone she knew to stay inside for a while. But the government didn't warn us. Government didn't warn us. All you need is one buckyball in your lungs, and it's there forever. That one of the reactors, I think it was number 2, had MOX fuel, MOX. This is reprocessed plutonium, reprocessed waste particularly from weapons production. It creates elements that have never been on the planet before. Our planet shields us from radiation from the sun. We have evolved without any protections. We don't smell it. We don't feel it. But this crap went all over Japan, and it's into the ocean. It's into the air. But it went to Tokyo. It went to Tokyo. And the Olympics came. And in just such evil, they held the Olympics anyway. So anyway, Satvik, I'll stop there. But I believe Tokyo will be evacuated in your lifetime. And I think that's 35 million people. They got to live somewhere. My guess is they moved to South America because from an atmosphere standpoint, the two hemispheres don't communicate. The oceans, of course, they do. The currents go down south. Well, anyway, I forget what the currents are called in the Pacific Ocean, but we all know about the current in the Atlantic that brings warm weather to England and to Europe. So anyway, Satvik, I think Japan is going to have a very difficult time ahead. I think their population is going to decline from a lack of children being born and from people leaving eventually. The rest of us, Hillary Clinton, what she signed into law, she signed into law that the United States will import beef, rice, seaweed, fish without testing it. Without testing it. She's a lawyer. Where does she get a right to sign that in as Secretary of State? That's sheer evil. Anyway, I got off on a tangent, but I think Japan is troubled as an economy, and they might as well print money as long as Mrs. and Mr. Watabe keep buying their bonds. It's a shame. I think I was in Japan when I was very young in Tokyo, but I would love to go to Japan. I just think it's heavenly, but I'm petrified of going there now. Tokyo got radiation it's in the soils. Kids are playing in it. And I wish, Satvik, and then I'll shut up. I wish President Folks, instead of bailing out the banksters for trillions of dollars and doing nothing for homeowners, nothing for the working class, very little for African Americans, extremely little for the prison populations, very little for people in war zones. But I wish, instead of squandering trillions of dollars like his predecessor, he had just given $1 trillion to TEPCO or to Japan to isolate Fukushima Daiichi aggressively, like the Soviets did with Chernobyl. Each power plant, whatever you call it, each Daiichi, Fukushima Daiichi number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, each of them is 3 times the size of Chernobyl. Each one is 3 times the size of Chernobyl. Chernobyl had a 1/3 meltdown, and the Soviets went in and stopped it, covered it. It's not perfect, and a lot of heroes died while we ridicule Russians. Those men went on top of that roof for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and most of them are dying of cancer now or dead. But they stopped Chernobyl, and it protected the rest of Europe and the rest of the world. 1/3 the size, 1/3 meltdown, and 1/3 the size of each of Fukushima Daiichi's reactors. Each of Fukushima Daiichi's reactors, except one I think was offline, but the ones, it's either 3 or 4, had complete meltdowns, 100% meltdown. And that corium is down in the ground. They can't get to it. They can't find it. And it's poisoning the water the fresh water that comes over the hills into the ocean every single day. Think of it like 400 elephants every day are jumping into the ocean. That's how much. That's what we know about. Then they're spraying the seawater to keep the cores reasonably stable. That salt water is going up in it's a disaster beyond compare. So Satvik, I think money printing in Japan is one of the least worries. How does it affect the rest of the world? I don't know. I think Japan needs oil, obviously. They want to turn their nuclear power plants back on. I can't believe Korea and Singapore, Malaysia, China let them dump that stuff into the sea. I just can't believe it. Spray hit, I think it's silicium, one of the siliciums. Spray hit California and the west coast of the United States, and it continues to. But the half-life of some of these is 1.5 million years. Half-life. Anyway, I don't know why I talked about that. I just think it's one of the least things to worry about. I think Japan will stay with with New York and London as long as they can. They rely on our military strength, and as long as the Fed and Victoria Nuland is in charge of our military actions, we're going to be, thumping our chests, demonizing Russia, demonizing terrorists, and demonizing possibly the Chinese. And it's a shame. But I think Japan will stick with us, at least in the beginning of that. But ultimately, Japan will supply Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, other parts of the world with the goods and services they build, and they will get oil from the Middle East. So I think right now the United States is going to be isolated along with Europe and Israel as the rest of the world coalesces around Putin, MBS, Brazil, and it's a shame. I think we can change it. But we've got to stop turning on each other. We've got to start seeing what we have as Americans that makes us the same. It's not our color. It's not our sexuality. It's not who we pray to or don't pray. It's an American idea that each of us is an individual. Each of us have our own rights. And we can speak. It's a free country. We can share ideas. We can protest. And we can elect our government in fair, honest elections, which are transparent, that we have a press that is free and not controlled by BlackRock, those kind of things. And we're still better at that than anywhere in the world. We have a great education system that isn't just about teaching children about safe places and how to be victims and how to be insulted and how the world has been a white male patriarchy forever, glossing over the fact that white males enslaved other white males, that white males slaughtered other white males, that white males have had to fight their way up when they came to America too, whether it was from Eastern Europe fleeing Nazis and pogroms out of Russia, or it was just fleeing the potato famine or poverty out of Italy. What about those white men? And how did white women get excluded from all the evils in the past? I don't know. We got to just stop all that because it's all crap. It's all crap. What we need to do is realize that we're in it together. We have the best idea on the planet. And let's start treating each other as if our ideas, we might not agree with the other person's idea exactly, but that other person has a right to that idea, and they have a right to be an American. Let's just respect each other, and we can grow past it. Anyway, that's a long answer on Japan and their money printing. I guess bottom line, I think the central banks are still experimenting in Japan. They're still experimenting. I think it's going to all end in tears, though. I think it's going to end in tears. All right, let me go to the bottom and see what comments, and then I'll sign off. I wanted to show you, I'm trying to remember the other question. There was another question, but I wanted to show you how many days you have left to sell for tax loss purposes. You got 4 days this week, 4.5 days next week, and 3.5 days the final week of the year for tax loss selling. That is also the opportunity, in my opinion, to buy some of these stocks inexpensively, like Finger, like CAUD. Anyway, I'll move on. I've said some of the names. Sorry, I didn't mean, if you're talking to me, I didn't mean to be bitching. Actually, Scott, what I think Ham said on GME was 150% institutional ownership, and that didn't count retail. And he looks for companies. He called GME. Whoever that person was that said, do you think you just pick crappy stocks? If I were still at my desk at what's now Morgan Stanley, I wouldn't be recommending any of these stocks to my clients. I wouldn't be allowed to. Probably Finger maybe, but the rest, they're too small. I might be trading them in my own account. They're too small and they're too subject to criminal destruction. However, I think the tide might turn. The tide can turn, and you'd be surprised. I think Brent was right last night that these criminals are nervous about what if retail started waking up and recognizing that they could be buyers. Yeah, I don't know that that's Ham's idea, and I think Ham would say 150% is the starting point. Well, with this, Spiny, I agree with that 100%. AMC ran out of because it surprised the system, but then they bought out the chairman, and look what he set up for himself. He set up a high salary, medical paid for, houses, his children are taken care of, and his company exists. Now he'll say he did it for shareholders. He did it for himself. Oh, for a good dinner alone? Is there such a thing? Is a good dinner possible when you're alone? I guess so. But with somebody around here, it can get really expensive. But I would say Cafe Milano would be a good dinner. That's probably a couple of $100. I would say I don't drink anymore, so it keeps the bill down. But it gets expensive. It's probably $100 to $150 a person. I like that you got your shares transferred to AST. I wish I could find mine so I could show Bunny. I swear I had them out here on the weekend. Bullshit. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't have to sign papers. They owe it to you. Let me think why they're telling you to sign it. If they're asking you to sign a stock power, that might be the case because they have a block of stock that has a legend on it. Normally you would get the share with a legend on it, the restriction legend, and then you would have to sign a power of attorney. And I recommend printing that power of attorney out separately. Don't sign the stock certificate directly. Sign that power of attorney so they can submit it to the transfer agent and issue free to trade shares to you. Stock power, if it's a stock power, I think it's a legitimate thing you need to sign. And it's easy. Just sign it, send it back to them. Finger will go over 5. I think that's true. I don't think you're going to be pissed off by the MMTLP settlement. But I do think when I give a number that I can defend, that I think the settlement should be $1,150, $50 going to the lawyers and $100 going as a dividend, I can defend it. But odds are that the settlement number is going to be a lot lower than that. And the fact is, MKC, the settlement number is probably going to be whatever Greg McCabe agrees to and his people. I believe these are honorable men, and they will make a negotiation that when it comes to signing it, Wall Street will say, okay, we want to do this for you. And he'll say, no, wait a minute. If I agree this deal, it applies to every shareholder. And the Wall Street lawyers are going to say, no. Let's get you taken care of, and then we'll go negotiate. And McCabe will realize that if he signs and leaves us hanging, they're going to come screw us. So I believe our biggest strength in the MMTLP situation are the 5 or 6 whales and John Berta who will refuse to allow us to be screwed. That's my opinion. Oh, that'll scare the short. But Augustine, I think the settlement of MMTLP is going to be what's my vocabulary here? Supra? That's the wrong word. Supra. It's going to be outside of the trading markets, and it's going to be outside of a short squeeze. So scaring the shorts is not part of it at all. The goal of the shorts right now is to get their lawyers to convince the Wall Street to settle at $3. Well, they failed at that. That didn't work. They also tried to convince Wall Street that we didn't deserve a settlement. Only the original Torchlight. They didn't work. That didn't work. They got Jim Cramer to say caveat emptor, pompous jerk. And none of it worked. But they had to go through all those steps. One, the lawyers don't want to be sued for malpractice. 2, it runs up the bill. But 3, slowly but surely, don't call me Shirley, slowly all of the parties can start to see there's only one solution. The judges, the lawyers, and it comes down to that they're going to have to settle with us. But now the criminals realize they've got to hide their assets, put them in their wife's name, get it offshore, scramble to destroy their cell phones. They're calling Hillary Clinton to see how they can, smash them and get rid of all the data, scrub them, wash them. And they're covering, the lawyers are trying to cover them from all sides. But the final thing the shorts want to do is bury, and these are criminal shorts. I believe they're acting in concert with the prime brokers and the biggest hedge funds in the United States, the biggest funds. They want to hide from the press, which is all lapdogs. It's worse than Pravda and Izvestia. We have a worse media system than the Soviet Union had. So but still, they want to hide it from the media. They want to hide it from Elon Musk and Twitter, and they want to hide it from us. So the biggest scare the shorts have is is the world going to find out that we counterfeited shares? And then all of our lies, all of our obfuscations will be for naught. The other thing the criminal counterfeiters are concerned about is going to prison. I'm going to write those down. Those might be tax loss. Those might be tax loss candidates. What I mean is January effect candidates. Yeah, I think Rosie, it's a good idea to watch him. I mean, people listen to him. He's claimed the largest shareholder in a couple of our stocks as if he's his own investor, and he speaks to him. So I guess why not? Why not come in and claim what's already been created? If you have the balls to do it, you might as well. Why am I always going on about women, Stan? You're putting us off. I don't think I go on about women. But I also think that the modern wokeism and the promoting of people based on one characteristic is putting parts of what we're doing at risk in this country. I'm not anti-women at all. I love women, and I think they deserve every opportunity and every success that men have. But some of what people go through is length of service to get where they are. But I don't remember what I was doing, Spiny. If you want in the future, I'll just be gay and I'll just talk about the fellas. Oh, I agree, Josh. I think I'm just saying that I remember what I said. I'm concerned that they're not going to believe in the criminality out there. And if they take a bad deal, that's all. They're very conservative, and it's good. I don't think women make the stupid mistakes men do. But this woman's on the board, Elizabeth DeMars. She's unbelievable. This person, who happens to be a woman, she's absolutely amazing. More than a decade of experience as chief marketing officer at Bloomberg. Served as president and CEO of The Street. Transformed and grew several companies, including AppNexus, which was acquired by AT&T for $1.7 billion. She's amazing. She's absolutely amazing. She said, this is her own words, the digital advertising industry is primed for a great change, and I see Collective Audience as well positioned to disrupt the market with its digital advertising platform, which uniquely eliminates inefficiencies from the digital ad buyer and seller process. Now that we're a NASDAQ company, we can leverage this stronger position to pursue strategic accretive acquisitions, which complement this leading edge technology to accelerate growth. I paraphrased. For more than 35 years, Elizabeth DeMars has served on the board in executive positions on several media and technology companies. She served as president, CEO of The Street. She diversified the company from a B to customer ad supported retail stock picking business into a global business-to-business merger and acquisitions data and news organization. She also was CEO and president of creditcards.com, which she created by consolidating numerous assets around the world, eventually selling the company to Bankrate in 2010 for $145 million. She transformed iLife.com into Bankrate, engineered the turnaround of the company, which drove exponential growth and created $450 million in shareholder value. She spent a decade as the chief marketing officer for Bloomberg, working directly for Michael Bloomberg, and was instrumental in the formation of several media properties. And my printout stopped there. That's an amazing addition to any board. And she happens to be a woman. So I guess you can't say anything. Any one thing you say, it applies to everyone. And oh my gosh, you're anti-women. Well, it's the furthest thing from the truth. But I do think there's some experiments going on in our society that have an impact. Yeah, Phil, I just went through that. I believe they want a stock power so that they can release. I don't have any certificates here to show it to you because I got them fixed. But when you have the restriction, it's a stamp, it's a legend on the front of your certificate, and it says these shares are, I forget, issued under Rule 144 of the Securities Act of such and such. And, it goes on for about a paragraph. You have to get that legend removed, and they need your signature. You get that legend removed, and GTII already sent to every single broker dealer a letter approving the removal of the legend. And Liberty Stock Transfer is working with everyone. So you will get unrestricted shares. So it makes sense to me. Remember, Phil Haynes, that whoever your broker is, they own GTII, and it's held at the DTCC in street name. It's in the name of Charles Schwab. Then you, as a client of Charles Schwab, own 100,000 shares or whatever you want. You have to sign. See, this is where I'm lost because I'm not a lawyer, but you own a piece of that block position. You're signing to get the legend removed on your piece of that block. I don't know exactly how the legalities work because the legend maybe is on 2 million shares. You can't remove the legend off of 2 million shares, but they have the letter from GTII to remove the legend. And then piece by piece, I assume that's how it's done, you sign a stock power so that the legend's removed from your shares, and then your shares are reissued in your name, free to trade. So it's normal. It's normal. Well, Rosie Greathouse is the one area I suggest. I actually watched a documentary on it. I'm not going to make a comment on how I feel, but in the cockpit, there has been legislation, I think under Barack Obama, to reduce qualifications and number of hours necessary to fly before you can be a captain of a aircraft, of a plane that carries people in the back. Well, I don't know about you, but that's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. I think people should be talented at their job, regardless of color or gender. But to put a pilot in a seat who hasn't flown the amount of hours as used to be required makes me feel unsafe when I get in a plane. But I mean, I've already indicated to you that I'm a little kooky on Fukushima Daiichi. I think some of the flying in the troposphere is a real threat to some of our pilots. I know on some of the conspiracy theorists, they say it has something to do with the, you know, you know, the other thing we went through, the mandatory thing we went through a couple of years ago. I'm not so sure. I think it could be the radiation from Fukushima. So I'm saying that Mark Bazile is not going to be able to say everything. Everything's going to be closed within 60 to 90 days for a resolution of MMTLP. I didn't hear him say that. I talked to Mark. I don't speak to him regularly, but I talked to him, I think, 2 Saturdays ago, and I didn't hear that from him. But I don't remember. I talked to him for about 20 minutes, I think. I don't remember verbatim everything he said. But I think if Mark says something's up, you should listen to him. He's at least tangentially, if not directly, involved in litigation. But Bill Cooper, I've also spoken to other people who have indicated to me there is zero movement from Congress in terms of reaching out to NextBridge or any of the large shareholders. So you can take it, Bill. We're all trying to read tea leaves, and I'm not on the front. When they come up with a settlement, they're not going to call me. I think there's been massive progress. What Anna's doing with Jennifer and others that I'm leaving their names out because I just can't remember everyone. This is going to be a breakthrough, which is going to revolutionize Wall Street, and it's going to lead to a settlement. But I don't think there's going to be a resolution. So, Bill, I'll answer you directly. I do not believe there will be a resolution in 60 to 90 days. But if Mark Bazile is saying there'll be a resolution in 60 to 90 days, I would listen to him, not me. I think it started 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm just basing that on when I first heard it. When I remember first hearing it. Well, David, what I think will happen, I wish I could find my shares. Maybe they're over here. I got so organized this weekend and now I can't find anything. Here. Here. I don't want to show you too much. But here's my NextBridge shares. And that's the stock. That's where you sign on the back, but you get a stock power instead of this. If they don't give you a stock power, just Xerox this, sign that, and affix it with a staple. Why? Because if you screw this up and you write the wrong thing there, or you do something wrong, you have to get a whole new certificate. It takes forever. Just do it on a piece of paper. And then if there's something wrong, it's easy to replace. But anyway, if there's a settlement, look, David, there could be, right now, there's confusion, and I still don't know the number, but I believe there's 135 million shares of MMTLP which have been converted. But I don't know that for sure. It's just what I heard. So there's 165 million real shares. 135 are spoken for. There's still 30 million slots at AST. This is AST in pink. In yellow, I think there's as much as 680 million shares of MMTLP in people's brokerage accounts collectively. When 30 million comes out of that 680 and comes here, when 30 million moves from here to here, there'll be zero room left at the end. Zero. At that time, in my opinion, there'll be 650 million shares counterfeit MMTLP sitting in brokerage accounts with zero value. Zero value. However, they do have the obligation to financially recompense you for the value of Nextbridge. So if, I don't know, make up a number. If the settlement is $150, $50 goes to the attorneys, $100 is paid to you and me in MMTLP. It will not be paid. That $100 will not be paid to the people with Nextbridge at AST. Now, your question goes, and I think Ham's right. That's what Ham said. I think he may be right. I think the settlement would allow you to reverse your decision here and get the payout as if you were still in MMTLP. That's an assumption on my part, but I believe in order to get this settled, they're going to allow that. Secondly, if the settlement, instead of being 150, I'm using a low number, $150, maybe it's 175. Lawyers get 50. They pay out $25 as a cash dividend in addition to the $100, the $100 a share. I'm using low numbers. I hate doing that, but it's simpler. The $100 a share that goes for buying the MMTLP. In that case, I believe that $25 dividend will go to everyone, Nextbridge and MMTLP. And I also think pain and suffering, if that's the thing, that'll go to everyone. I don't know if you're drinking that glass or not. That's very good. There's a guy that I met at Rice University, very smart scientist, and I brought up these concerns. He told me he works in nanotechnology, and his name is oh gosh, he's a good man. Right now, my brain. But anyway, he thinks there is a technology where they could put like these giant tea leaves, tea bags is what he called them, into the harbor and absorb all that radiation. So he said there are some answers. Galen Windsor. All right, Galen Windsor. Look at that puppy dog. Look at that puppy poodle. I think that's true, Zach. I've made that point repeatedly, but I think most of the criminality on Wall Street, with the possible exception of that woman, Blythe Masterson, Blythe worked at JP Morgan, and obviously Elizabeth Holmes. But I think this is done by white men. It's just a fact. I think men gravitate to the risk taking and some of this much more than women do. I don't think women would be as stupid. That's my opinion. Well, the central banks have a long way to go. I think the United States will go up to 50 trillion or higher, maybe 100 trillion, before it all collapses. Or we'll just go into a new system. We have a big economy, sort of. We have a big gold ownership. We have resources. We have an educated population. We have a democracy, sort of. And we have a strong military. Although I'm not sure we'd win in a war in more than one place at the same time. But I don't think we're going to give up easily, is my point. I don't think we're going to give up easily. Yeah, that's it. Voted no on toxic lending and dilution. So Yogi, oh, my friend's dog named Yogi died. Yogi was such a great dog. Yogi was Bernese Mountain Dog. Just such a great dog. Yogi died. Anyway, does that mean they reversed that that deal they just did at $6? If that's true, that's great news. But as far as I know, that deal got done. But that's great news. And that means the education that people are getting, that Ham's doing, Anna, Busy Brands, some of you guys that are challenging me, everybody, it's having an impact. That is great news. Let's see where MMAT closed. Down. They want to prove to you that it's bad news. Wow, they put a whole letter out. I'll Yogi, I will save that for the next time I come on because I've already gone on so long, but I'll remember to do it. That's great. Thank you for pointing that out. That's it. You're the man, Mark. Josh B, I agree with you 100%. They might not agree with you because they don't charge commission, but I agree with you 100%. 100% that you shouldn't have to pay. They'll say, well, we're having to take the time to do this. In fairness, I do think there's a fee at the transfer agent. So maybe ask them how much of that goes to the transfer agent. But I happen to agree with you. Yeah, Peter Boards is very impressive. CAUD does look good. All right, Bunny. If there's two different things. That's my point to you. That is my point. Das ist mein point. There's two different things you're talking about. Right now it's confusing because they haven't gotten 165 million into the completed into American Stock Transfer. Once they have it all in there, MMTLP is MMTLP. The settlement will be with MMTLP because by definition, you didn't get your 1-for-1 share in Nextbridge. So the issue the lawyers are duking out, how much is that one share worth? Well, it was worth very little to start with. But here a year later, I think it's worth big numbers because they've drilled 15 wells or 20. They're producing in the shallow zones. They've increased their ownership from 75% to 100%. They have mapped out further their deeper zones. They found deeper zones to add to the mix, and oil prices have gone from $30 to 100. I know they're down right now, but by the time this settles, I think there'll be 100. So Nextbridge has value. The lawyers are trying to figure out what that's worth. The criminal lawyers are saying it's 0. Then they're saying it's 287. Then they're saying it only belongs to Torchlight, original Torchlight shareholders. Then they're saying it's only the highest the stock ever went, $12. Then they're saying, well, it's $12 plus cost and suffering, $25. But on the other side, Greg McCabe put in Twitter, if the settlement doesn't start with $600, not only is it going to be no, it's going to be hell no, and here's a lawsuit. So this number is what Congress, the SEC, the criminals, lawyers, the big shareholders are trying to determine. That's what's going on. What is this worth? Because once these seats, now I'm changing the color, but once these seats are full, there'll be no more confusion. MMTLP will be worth nothing except the explicit promise and obligation to give to you and to me each share the value of Nextbridge holding per share now, not as of now, because they were meant to give us the shares as of. So we get the benefit of the increased value. We get lawyers' fees. We get time and suffering and pain and suffering and whatever the else that Greg McCabe can put in. will probably get a cash dividend. So this gets settled with Wall Street and the criminals. This, there's nothing to settle. This is stock. This is stock in a private company that's growing, and eventually it'll either be bought, it'll joint venture with a bigger company, or it'll go public. That's how you'll get liquidity. Bunny, I think in terms of two things, if that worries you, I don't think it should worry you, but I think the settlement will possibly give the option of you can change your mind and go back, because I think people in MMTLP will be clamoring to get into Nextbridge. So there'll be people saying, I'll give up my seat, I'll stay in Denver overnight, and I'll catch tomorrow's flight. There'll be that bit going on. One. Two, if there's a cash dividend, I think it will also go to you and me in Nextbridge. So you'll get some liquidity that way. And then you could always get dividends from production down the road, although don't count on that, because I think as an oil company is trying to prove up its value, it's best to spend the cash proving up its reserves. I don't remember the symbol for Pioneer. PNX? I don't remember the symbol. This is the value. Nextbridge and Torchlight, it goes on longer, have been down here forever. I would argue Nextbridge right now is here in the value creation, but they're about, if they spend the cash on adding acreage, drilling deep wells, drilling horizontal wells, seismic, they're going to start proving up their reserves, moving them from 4P to 3P to 2P to 1P to producing. All of a sudden you get a value increase like this. Exxon, in my judgment, purchased Pioneer at this rate. They will get a good return, but it's not going to be this massive hockey stick return. So if Nextbridge has dividends to pay, personally, I'd rather they spend it on developing their assets for a while. Well, the Secret Service could get GTII. That's what I'm hearing. Oh my God. Oh my God. It is justice time, Josh. It is justice time. And so maybe we don't settle and we go all the way. I think we'd win in court. I think it'll take years, and your mother might die by then. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I agree with you. Look, I get angry. I hate all this. I want justice. I don't want to settle with a bunch of goober lawyers that come in and say this is the best thing, when in reality it just fattens their bank account. You know what? I'd love to see that letter. I'd love to see that letter, Josh. I would read it out here. I'd put it out on Twitter. I would forward it, You cannot get 2 days trading back, David. I know we were promised that, but you can't get it back. If you get it now, as some are advocating for, you'll get 5 cents a share. 5 cents, if you're lucky. And if you don't sell in the 2 days, you'll have nothing. Why do you think the criminals won't control those 2 days of trading and lie and manipulate and lawyer and screw you just like they did in that last week? You don't want the 2 days. You will not get a squeeze in the 2 days. There's no reason. There's no reason for them to buy MMTLP. There's nothing in MMTLP. They won't scramble to buy it. They'll collude with each other. They won't beat down each other to buy it. There'll be no scramble. The 2 days trading are Humpty Dumpty falling to the ground. They're scrambled eggs. You can't put the yolk back together again. Thanks for bringing all the shorts into CAUD. Adam, I'm gonna assume you're an intelligent human being. Actually, I'm gonna assume you're a human being. For over a year, ASPA traded at $11, went to $12.50 here in the middle of the chart. The vote was to distribute Data Logic to approve it, to distribute to ASPA, and then for ASPA to de-spec. The stock somehow, we didn't have the stock, Adam, but somehow ASPA with the redemptions and with a small float bolted upward. ASPA went to 38.40. And here where this line is horizontal, NASDAQ stopped trading. Adam, that was the criminal shorts calling into NASDAQ, in my judgment, saying, hey, they don't have enough shares to be trading on NASDAQ. They stopped trading. As soon as it started trading under CAUD, the stock opened at around 12. But guess what, Adam? None, N-O-N-E, none of the shares for us, retail, or for that matter, for the criminal hedge funds, the shorts, as you call them, was available to sell. Yet, because these are one's an $8 billion fund, they start, or their clients, they start selling stock they didn't have, driving it down to $1.33. It wasn't, to my memory, it wasn't until this week here, from about 223 to $1.49, that people started receiving their shares that they could even sell. All of this selling was the shorts, Adam. All of it. Now, I had Brent on last night, which doesn't reflect in this chart. I had him on last week. If you think that brought in the shorts, you might be right. We're not going to argue about it with you. I don't think that's what brought in the shorts. I think the shorts were here. And they're fighting to get the stock under $1 to get it to delist from NASDAQ, which won't happen right away if they're successful. And they're also trying to get guys like you to cause division in the shareholder base. Sorry, I can't see the comments right now. Okay, but thank you, Adam, for your kind comment, and thank you for bringing that thought in. I'm not going to say you're welcome because I didn't bring the shorts into CAUD. They were already here. That chart I just showed you, it's the volume 25 to 30 million shares traded. My judgment is they're all counterfeit. A guy that works on the American Stock Exchange tells me, no. It's just algorithmic trading, back and forth, back and forth. I think he's completely wrong, but he knows what he's talking about. He thinks I'm a complete idiot. So, there we go. Leave it for the Democrats. Well, I don't. In terms of the woke talk, as it relates to NextBridge, if NextBridge gets financed the way I just described, they won't be trapped by ESG or any of the woke restrictions, and it'll be good for us as investors. I wasn't trying to talk woke as it related to CAUD. Look at I'll talk about MMAT tomorrow. I don't know the composure of their board. All I know is the board didn't listen to warnings, and they listened to their lawyers. And I don't know if they're male or female, but they went what they thought was the cautious route. They accepted the financing on advice of their attorneys. Best I can tell. Disastrous. That's all I meant. And some men are this way too. Some men are very, do everything, I want to be a lion tamer, but you need somebody, and I think it's Peter Boards, it may be Elizabeth DeMars. You need somebody to take charge and say, no, we're not going to do any damaging, toxic financing. We're going to raise this money ourselves. I have faith. There's one other woman on the board. I can't remember her name right now. We can go over the other members on the board. ASPA's on the board, and frankly, I wish they would kick that guy off. I don't trust anyone associated with Aubrey Spack. I think they set us up for the fall. Somebody did. Yeah, Josh, I just think it's terrible. I'd love you to contact me, Josh. I would start a fundraising for your mother. I would start, gosh, I don't even know what we could do. Just somehow to help your mother, Josh. And I think others would help. Once we get the next, do not sign on the back of that certificate. Do not sign the back. Do not sign this, MKC. Do not sign this. If you sign this incorrectly, make a mistake, it could take 2 or 3 months, thousands of dollars to replace this. It could. Maybe not here because they'll work with you. Don't sign it. Xerox this and sign that if you want to put a signature with it, or get a stock power from your broker. Secondly, you can hold on to it, but you can also, MKC, you can send this in to AST so that it's in the system. Eventually, right now, everyone will work with us, but eventually, I have another stock certificate. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Anyway, I have another stock certificate here of a company I bought. I can't find it. Of a company I bought in a private placement 10 years ago, $75,000. I used to own almost 2% of the company. I now own 0.00000000002%. Why short selling? But I couldn't get that certificate. They sent it to me without me asking. I couldn't get that certificate in the system. I had to call the company. I had to call the transfer agent. I went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It had a restriction on it. I did work through my broker. I had to pay some money. It went to Canada, came back in my name, and it went from 300,000 shares down to 30,000. They did a reverse split. And then they've raised money and raised money. Eric Sprott is one of their investors, but it never goes up. It's a great story. But in order to get that certificate back in the system, M. Casey, I called OTC markets. They referred me to one shyster, that's the only word I can think of, brokerage firm in California. If shyster has a connotation other than being fly by night and greedy, I don't mean any other connotation. What's another word for it? Ripoff. One ripoff brokerage firm in California. I called in and they said, you've got to pay us $2,500. That's my memory, $2,700. Send the certificate. It'll take 60 days. And we'll open an account for you here. You sell the stock through us. So they're going to give me probably 20 or 25% discount off the bid. I never sent it into them. And I haven't found another place. So my shares are outside of the system. I can't sell them. I can't get them back in except at onerous prices. I don't know what to do. So my point is, one thing you can do with this certificate, don't sign it. Sign a stock power. But you can send it into AST. Then it's in the system. You have an account at AST. You can move it anywhere you want. Move it to E-Trade, move it to Merrill Lynch. You can move it anywhere. So consider that. Talk to AST, though. Don't do it on my advice. What about the 60 days resolution predicted by Mark Bazile? Like I say, I didn't hear him say it. If he said it, I would trust him. $250 per share spoke about in the Don Fizz call. I didn't hear that call. But I think if Don Fizz projected that, he's an honest guy. He would have reason to say that. So I would tend to believe that rather than what my thoughts are. I can tell you I've checked around and I get some, maybe I get the Morosi point instead of the Ken Rosenthal point. I don't know. Josh, let's see what we can do for your mother. Terrible. Hey, Frank Gonzalez. Am I coming to the end of the? Oh, good. Why is it set up for signatures? Well, I mean, if you're sitting in front of a stockbroker and he says, for value received, MKC hereby signs, please insert Social Security, please print or typewrite name and address, including zip code of assignee, X number of shares. We do hereby irrevocably constitute and appoint attorney in fact dated, and then we sign and we get the medallion guarantee. If you bring this back if you sign it and you don't do it in front of someone with the medallion, they're going to say your signature isn't right. Do what you want. Do what you want. I always had my clients sign a stock power separately. I even asked them to send the certificate in one envelope and the stock power in another, just in case. Because once you sign this, it is free to trade. I don't know what fish sound like. I know what they smell like. I agree with you. It's just a horrible story. We've all suffered. I mean, I put more money in it than I should have. And just like, was it ocean sailing? Anyway, just like one of the commentators, I agree with her. I wanted to trade it on Friday and Monday. Yeah, ask them. Uh, I just, M. Casey, I'm telling you, you're probably smart enough not to make a mistake. But people used to bring certificates into me, and it happened not often, but they screwed it up, and then it becomes just a nightmare. So I would just Xerox this if you need to, if you don't have a stock power. Sign the Xerox copy and affix it to this, or send it in separate envelopes. But you can just affix it to this, and that's enough. That'll pass through the system just fine. All right, I think I came to the end. This is the end. I'm going to go walk my dog. He's right here. My friend's dog died the other night, and I feel very sad for him. And my dog no longer can hear. Really, I call it. He doesn't. I think he hears the big noises. He can't see very well, but it's one thing he lives for is his walks. So I'm going to go do that. Yeah, exactly. You can leave him at Fidelity. I go back and forth, Beery 57. I go back and forth on whether I should try to get my stock moved from my retirement account to AST. The benefit of being an AST is you own something real that I think over time is going to be valuable. But the benefit of having MMTLP is you could get a nice liquidity event. If Don Fizz is correct at 250, that's a nice event. But is that 250 net of what the lawyers are going to take? Are the lawyers going to take 40%? B Rye. Josh, I think, although I haven't been able to open it up, I had to get a new phone. This computer is just too slow to work with, and my little laptop thing here, the memory is completely overflowing. So I bought a SSD. I hope it's not contagious. And anyway, Apple told me to bring it in, and I'll try to do that tomorrow to get the storage reduced. Then I think I can do some of these things. Or maybe I'm just making it harder than it is. But here's an email I set up. And I haven't been in it yet, but I should be able to figure it out. Maybe I can get busy to help me. Just, it's got to be easy to do. But it's just my last name, Farrand, balanced, fair and balanced, Farrand balanced at Gmail, Farrand balanced. My dad used to introduce himself sometime as, well, how do you say your name? Well, it's like fair and cool. The weather is fair and cool. So anyway, fair and balanced at Gmail. Some people have sent me some stuff. I have to get into it. It's always on my list, and I'll try to get to it, Josh. I have a list to do each day. I have a list to do, and it's 2 pages, and I just don't always get through everything. That's on there, but it's always I move it down. I'll get to it. I'll see it. Live so long and prosper. Exactly. We'll start a GoFundMe. I'll get busy to help me with that, and we'll push it on this channel. Um, I hate it when they do that. Do they know what they do to people? What's that movie? Arthur, I guess it is. Arthur. Yeah, and I can do it, space call. Um, I'm sure for your mother, it won't be a lot of money to make her feel warm, clean, and well fed, and have a book to read or a show. Thank you, MKC, or maybe just a little laptop computer so she can watch movies. I don't know. It drains me, just the pain and the suffering and the taking and the taking and the taking and the taking and the taking. And then, as several of you have pointed out, all these shitty stocks go down. But it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. They need to bring back the uptick rule. They need to stop the decimalization. They have to stop the high frequency trading, at least in stocks under some number, 5 billion in market cap, a billion in market cap, and then give some leeway so it's not a target for the shorts to move it up and over. So then they can, and I think they have to hold CEOs accountable for signing toxic convertible notes, because then the SEC will go after it, because the SEC is trained to go after CEOs. They should make the hedge funds that do this, who funds them? They should define who buys into the funds. Who are they? Principals, not just LLCs. Who are the principals? And run it through. So when MMAT raises 6 million, who put up the 6 million? Or was it just criminal shorting of counterfeit shares and it funneled through a short seller? The pipes that come from offshore, they buy one share, nominee share here, whatever it's called, and then they can flood the market as ADRs. They just flood the market. And according to that one article, it's $27 trillion 1 year, one exchange. 27 trillion without paying taxes, by the way. Stop that. Make them define who their customer is. You have to know your customer. Enforce the locate rules. Why does Congress, why do journalists, why does the president, why does the Democratic and Republican parties, why do they support this? Why? Because it makes Ken Griffin, Stevie Cohen, whoever's running Goldman Sachs now, Blankfield, Jamie Dimon, others, it makes them bloody rich. And they pay Hillary Clinton $500,000 a speech, and they pay I don't know who else, George W. Bush. I don't think they pay Trump. They might. Janet Yellen gets paid speeches. We've got to stop this. And for all those people that say, do you think you just pick shitty stocks? Yeah, that's how they're trading. But they're shitty because of corruption. And those glib questions, which is fair enough. I tell you what, you shouldn't be trading them. This is where you get outsized positive returns. But if you don't want to deal with this shit, just put your money into an ETF or a managed fund or a mutual fund. Then the criminals manage that, and then they'll be doing this to all of your friends. But it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. They have 1,000 shares of Mrs. O'Leary's Exxon. They lend it out. That person gets it. They lend it out again. They lend it out again. They lend it out again. They lend it out again and again. By the time you know it, they have that same 1,000 shares lent out 10 or 15, 20 times. It increases assets under management. It increases fees. It increases the profits of the stock loan departments at Goldman Sachs and the rest of the street. And it allows the criminals to destroy and make hundreds of millions, hundreds of billions, and probably trillions of dollars without paying taxes, destroying companies who are tax bases for cities and states. And it's all based on Mrs. O'Leary's real shares. But all these other shares are fake. How long can that upside down pyramid last? How long can it last? You can make fun of people fighting it. You can say, oh, you just got to get in with the criminals and make money in their funds. But this structure of Mrs. O'Leary's real assets supporting 20 times those assets on Wall Street works. When the Fed and the government is printing trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, and when the banks need to be bailed out, like George W. Bush said, this sucker's going down. Well, then the bald-headed guy from Goldman Sachs went into the White House, and he got to see the books of all his competitors. They killed Bear Stearns. They killed Shearson Lehman. Who survived? Goldman Sachs. Do you think it's because they have extra brain power? Do you think their leveraged bets always work? No. They actually became a bank to get FDIC insurance. And then they got the privilege of buying the good assets off the other banks that went down. And the government gave them trillions of dollars. And now they've separated the prime brokerage out. And as Pat Burns says, 76% of that prime brokerage revenue comes from the stock loan department. And then 75% of that is profit. And it's this. They have a fancy word for it. Mrs. O'Leary has 1,000 shares she never touches. They turn it into 20,000 shares or more by rehypothecating, collecting fees, and then allowing the criminal shorts. Now, it doesn't happen in Exxon, except when it will at one point, but not now because a lot of buyers are in there. But in these smaller stocks, it happens all the time. Why do we need these strategies down in these small stocks? Anyway, I'm sorry, Josh, for your mother's pain. I agree with that. It's time to hold our elected. The problem is we get divided, as some of you pointed out. I bring up some controversial thoughts, and then it becomes, don't talk woke and all this. Well, I think we have to talk about some of these misguided. On the extreme, it's misguided. I'm not saying, look, I grew up with equality and arguing for equality. So save it. You don't know my heart. But I do think some of these trends are working against us. And one of the things is politicians. Where's the statesmen or stateswomen? Where's the courage? Even Tulsi Gabbard is turning into a bit of a war hawk. It's disappointing. Anyway. One would get it started, MKC. I said in a video in front of the SEC, course, I know he never saw it. And that's back when I was all by myself. There was none of you. There weren't any space calls. It was before MMTLP. And I stood out there and I addressed it to Gary Gensler. And I said, Gary, you have the opportunity to go down in history as a man of integrity and with a rep, and people will know you, remember your name, famous, like Elliot Ness. How many other FBI agents do anyone remember? They remember Elliot Ness. He acted and he had integrity. You could go down in history like that, Gary Gensler, or you could be forgotten like every other SEC chairman, chairwoman. You don't do anything, or you're going to go down in ignominy because this could all collapse under your watch. It's not sustainable, and when it collapses, that person will be remembered. It didn't go anywhere. But you're right. All you need is Gary Gensler. Just call an intern in and say, look, I want you to look into what happened with CAUD. It's simple. I want you to look into what's happening at Finger. I would like you to bring me a report on what happened with MMTLP. I want to know who sold. I want to know the names. Give me phone numbers and put a team together. Put one of those big CSI boards up with all the names and arrows pointing and a task force. It would be great. All right, I'm going to go. It's 6:49. I'll wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. And thanks for watching. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas. I think those are the only two things going on right now. And we'll be on tomorrow. I think we're going to have a breakthrough, and I think some of our pain will be recompensed. But I appreciate the fight that all of you have, and I do appreciate your questions. And tomorrow we'll go through MMAT. If you all changed what the board did, amazing. That'll be a sea change. So anyway, cheers. Now it's not ending. I gotta get it.